Hello, guys. Can I have a representative of Congo? Who is the representative of Congo? Congo? Where is Congo? Okay, where is Ethiopia? Come with me. Where is South Africa? The representative for South Africa? The representative for South Africa, where are you? Representative for South Africa, wait for me there. I'm coming to you. Peter, we don't have a representative for South Africa. Oh, okay, all right.
Can I please speak to Catherine? Hey, sasa. But that's the only thing. That's the only thing she can get. Sababu hii yenye iko huku ni kama unajua she's allergic to mara moja. So hii panadol uko nayo hapa ni kama iko na same na mara moja. So
Okay, so we're going to be discussing some of the messages that we would like to present in some of the outcome statements, and these messages will also go to different platforms and the like. You get, right? So what messages do you guys have for your particular governments or presidents or whatever in terms of how the ACS has been so far, what you would like to see happen after, and the like? Any message at all. It can be anything about anything at all. About the ACS, the outcome statement, anything. Anybody? Anybody? Just a short message. It doesn't even have to be that long. Just a short message. Just a short message. Okay.
Okay, good morning. Okay. All right. Good morning.
Okay, so as you stand up, you can also just give us your name and yeah.
Okay. My name is Sabelo Moyo, and I'm from South Africa. Hello. In regards to the ACS, in my opinion, for future conferences or summits, I would rather that be a little more serious and have more time spent discussing issues and actually working as a crew to solve different problems, considering that we as a group spent a lot of time playing instead of actually working, which results in us having to work a lot now with it being crunch time actually, which I consider. So that's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else with another message? Another message? Anybody with another message? Be it your government that you'd want to send a message to say, because of the ACS, I was empowered and I would like my government to do this, this, and this, and that. Okay, she looks like she has an idea. Oh, behind me.
Hi, I'm Lozi from South Africa, St. John's College. So I just wanted to say that in regards of ACS, I would have liked the ministers or the officials to be here to tell us what they want to do with all these struggles and problems, to give us solutions in everything that we're saying, because I don't think it makes it, for example, if you're going to take everything that all of these children here say and tell them, I don't think it creates much more effectiveness when they are here listening to the children speaking so that they can see the heartbreak in their eyes and the struggle in their eyes. I don't think it makes a change or a difference. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. You had something? No? Oh, okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Batsalo Sisai. I'm from Ethiopia. So, in this summit after, I wanted to we demand accessible education, we demand safe education, and we demand it's a quality education. Thank you.
Thank you so very much on some of those different contributions. Any other contribution? Yes.
Good morning. My name is Bokamoso Ayanda Kupega, and I'm from South Africa. So, after this summit, I would like that our laws enforcement to be strengthened. I would like that we stop. Sorry. Okay. I would like if our minister would work towards these issues that we have placed. However, we must understand that change takes time and we can't solve all the problems overnight. And to appreciate those improvements, implementations, and changes that have been made. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Okay.
Morning, everyone. I'm Oliver from South Africa. I think for a lot of people, it's been a thing of, like with what Lozi and Sabelo were saying about us not actually like doing a lot of work, and now we have to press for that. I think it's a thing of not a lot of people knew. Like I've spoken to a lot of people, they didn't know we had an outcome statement that we had to produce. They didn't know we were trying to like inform policies and stuff. And I think that for future summits should be more clear cut from the start, so that people understand where they're going and they understand what they're going towards. And in that same vein, I think people should have more avenues to express themselves. Because I mean, you see when like children go on stage and you ask a question about something completely different, they end up speaking about their countries because that's the only opportunity they get, which I don't think should be happening. I think there should be opportunities for children to do that as it is.
Thank you so very much. Is there another?
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Saniso Chitanda. I'm from Zimbabwe. Okay, what we expect after this summit, we want the government to develop infrastructure, especially in rural areas. Those kids can't learn under the trees. They have to have chairs of their own. They need to be improved so that they can study better. And they need to be qualified teachers, because we can't expect what do we call them? We can't expect the private teachers, or should I say, to teach them. We need qualified teachers who went to school, so the teachers that will give them accurate information to improve their studies, as they have got low education in rural areas. Also in the clinics, we need doctors, even if it's one doctor who can take care of the kids, especially kids, because they are our main priority that we should prioritize. That's all that I have. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Lita from South Africa. I think listening to everyone and listening to Oliver and listening to everyone through this entire summit, and even how we were kind of treated throughout the summit, I think the problem is that children aren't seen. I think that we aren't respected. I think that we aren't valued. I think our time isn't taken as something to be accounted for, whether that's through not having qualified teachers, whether that's through not having infrastructure, whether that's through not being told what our goal is at this summit. So I think whatever to contribute to the goal that we're here to do, whatever we do say to these parliament leaders, it has to be something attributed to being respected, being seen, being valued, and having the rights of children not just talked about, but actually fortified and actually seen through.
Hi,
Okay, so what Brian, Brian, all the speakers have been turned off. Okay, but everyone can get me for now, right? Yes. So what other messages would you like to send? Yes, please go ahead. Okay, other messages that would like to send. Other messages that we would like to send. Yes, please, go ahead. Hello. Oh, okay. So,
I would like the government to build the schools for people living with disabilities in different countries. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yes, and also build ramps for people who are with disabilities in universities. You know, there are some learners who has finished at school and tell me that they are not accepted at universities. So I would like government to accommodate them. And also there are those who can write for themselves. And they must also employ scribers at universities so that they could assist those learners. And lastly, I would like to see violence ending. Yeah, I thank you.
thank you so much. Building schools in different parts of Africa that are more inclusive to other people who are differently able is very important. And yes, we need to have a space of inclusivity because everybody is very important. Are there any?
My name is Leonard Mwimba, all the way from Zambia. Just want to urge our well-able government to put this, what we have been discussing here, into actions, because yes, indeed, it has been good for us to be here. So if the government is not going to put this, what we've been discussing here, into actions, then we are doing nothing. So just want to say, government should take serious of this, what we've been discussing here, for us to be protected. Thank you. I submit.
Okay, thank you so much. So right now we have created different messages, but I would like to categorize them, and then also I would like you to just add a bit more to what you feel can be added, so that we can just consolidate one single message in fact, messages in paragraphs like that. Is that fine? So we've had messages towards the ACS, how it's been so far, how you feel about it, whether you liked it or not, how the participation was. So I would just like anybody who has just a final contribution towards the messages at how they felt during the ACS, and if there's anything that you feel needs to be done more and stuff like that, you can add it right now, and then we'll move on to a different category so that we can move like that and then finish in time. So is there anybody who has a message on the ACS? Is that a hand behind? Okay.
Hi everyone, my name is Pedamo Mguk. I'm from Zimbabwe. So, what I'd like to respectfully request from the African leaders, our senior leaders, is to ensure the allocation of resources, especially for school feeding programs. we see that in many schools, children are not able to concentrate because of hunger. So they should implement some resources that to allocate for that what school feeding programs. And on child participation, we want them to ensure child participation, especially on education sector. They should, before they take a step on education, they should ask us as children to share our perspectives, our views, and our opinions. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else with a different message? That side? Is there a message? Any message? Any message? Okay.
Hi, I'm Lee from South Africa. This is just to echo Sabelo's previous statement on the summit. And I think it's that for me, and I think for a few other people I've spoken to, it's been frustrating that we have, one, not spent enough time talking about the issues. And it's been wonderful to have all the bonding experiences, but I think it would have been more valuable to use this like rare opportunity to actually tackle the issues that we're here to tackle. I think secondarily to that would be a bit more of a focus on this part of the process, which is the solution and the policy making, because yesterday we were discussing the issues, and that's very valuable, but I think it would have been more valuable if we had done that maybe on the first day of the summit and then had more time to find pragmatic solutions, because I think that's what we're here to do. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Dagi. I hope you're all well. So what I wanted to say is that I hear all of us, we are discussing, we are voicing out our concerns, but at the end of the day, I feel like we are not being taken seriously enough, because at the end of the day, I don't think these solutions are even going to reach the president. What I want to see when Ramaphosa addresses the nation, I want him to mention the children directly. I want to hear him say, the children, I have heard you, and this is your part of the address. This is what I'm going to do for you. This is what I can do for you. And I don't think we're being taken seriously enough. I didn't even know there was a child parliament, for crying out loud. Like, people should be informed that there's a child parliament if you have this and this and this, because you can't bring all the children of Africa into one place, right? So what I want to see is our problems reaching the higher executives, right? And I also want to see a change. I want feedback after this. I want to hear what the minister says. I want to hear feedback, and I want other people to know that there's a children's parliament, and if you have problems, this is how you can reach them, and this is how you can voice out your concerns. I want this to be taken seriously, because thus far, all I've seen is there's a lot of playing around. I don't have a problem with that, but can we be more serious? I want feedback. After this, I want to hear that, okay, this is what we can do for now. We have heard you, and let the Children's Parliament be more well-known. If maybe they can travel around schools and just tell us, remind us of what our rights are and what they can do for us. That's what I want to see. I want feedback, and I want the Children's Parliament to be more well-known across the country and across Africa.
Okay, is there another message? Okay.
Sorry. So I think what you're saying is very true and very important, but that is taking us at worst come situation where they don't take us seriously. But I think something that's important is if best comes to best and they do take us seriously, something that's important is that we aren't removed from the equation. Because if we're coming up with these policies, and obviously a lot more of that is going to come from the outcome statement, but what comes from that, we shouldn't be removed of it because it came from us. And in that same vein, I think it's important that we continue to contribute to those policies, continue to contribute to what those laws eventually look like or whatever it may be. But I think it's important to understand that our contribution from this doesn't end here, and if they are taken seriously, we need to be involved in that process.
Thank you so much. No contribution? Where did I see a hand? No contribution from there? Oh, okay.
All right, good morning again. In regards to the summit once more, I'd like everyone to take a moment to realize the magnitude of such an event. Every 2 years, a summit like this is held. And the fact that we're using the time for the summit to play also makes no sense. The idea is that we're meant to spend time together and think of new policies that help affect our different countries all over the continent. But if we're using that time to play and mess around, nothing's going to happen and we're not going to be taken seriously. So that's just what I want to say. Think about that. Thank you.
And just to add on, can we please be more serious? I did not like the fact that every 2 seconds the program was changing. Every 2 seconds. I'm supposed to go to school tomorrow, but here I am, and you guys, and there's no organization. It really turns me off when I think of coming here next time. So when I think of this, I want to think of all the powerful conversations that we had. I don't want to think of the disorder. Can we please be more organized the next time?
Thank you so much. Is there another message? Another message? An addition, subtraction, multiplication?
Good morning, guys. My name is Koketo. I'm from South Africa. I wanted to say, after wrapping up the summit, can we please get feedback from the seniors? We need feedback. The feedback is so important because if you are here speaking everything, talking about how we're struggling, there's no use if we are not getting feedback. We want feedback from the seniors. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is that all, or can I have some more? Some more.
Good morning. My name is Mudasana from Zambia. I just want to add on what she said. So we want the government to give us feedback, as she's saying, but we want to give them a certain time frame. Because we have been having these summits, we have been meeting, but we still don't see any change. I want the next time when we have a summit, we should not be talking about the problems, but we should be talking about how the government have solved the problems. We should be talking about how the problems were solved and how our voices were heard. Not each and every time we keep on complaining about the same things over and over again, but we're not being heard. So we want all the governments, for all the African countries, those who are present and not present, we want the next summit to talk about the already solved solutions and talking about how we are going to develop Africa as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there another addition? Another addition? Another addition? Anybody? Okay, so we can consolidate all the messages into one single message right now. Is that okay? Okay.
My name is Bitelo Letsoepa, and I would like to add, for people with disabilities, I'm just requesting that the government should make equipment that will be able to make it easy for people with disabilities to get to schools. For example, let's say for someone on a wheelchair, there should be slides and not stairs, so that education can be easy for them and they should be accommodated. Thank you.
I know this might sound unimportant, but since we are the voice of the voiceless and nobody has mentioned it, when we talk of inclusivity, we're talking about children who live with disabilities. There are other children who are, aside from them, there are other children who are not being included enough, who are not being catered for. This goes to my brothers and sisters who are homosexuals. They're being mistreated in schools. They're not being catered for, like, just because they chose to live a certain way. like they have to experience some type of discrimination. And here we're not even talking about them. Nobody's even thinking about them, I'm sure. I feel like they should also be included into the equation. When we talk of inclusivity, I think they should also be mentioned.
Thank you so much. Is there another addition? Another?
I also want to add on inclusivity. We also need to include people who are living with mental illnesses. There are some other people who are bipolar. We have other people who have anger issues. We have other people who live with Tourette's. The reason why we don't know about how to socialize with these people is because we decide to segregate ourselves from them. And when we come in such a meeting, you won't find anyone who has some sort of mental disorder because the government or people think that they're not able to add a voice. But all of us, we're all suffering, regardless of what we're going through, what mental illness we go through, what disability we have. We are all able to participate because we are all facing all the problems, regardless, tall, short, light, dark, it doesn't matter. That's all I want to say.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ofente. I feel like the government should learn to be more transparent with us as the youth because we're honestly, as we are contributing here, we are putting our hope on them, but they never communicate with us with their underlying concerns or anything like that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there another?
Hello everyone, I'm Bianca Briet, I'm from South Africa. So there's also another thing that I want to ask. From South Africa, Ramaphosa, the president, I just want to take something also up. For children that's not in schools and their parents take them to schools. So then some of the schools, they show the children away and that's not, I really want that to be addressed because of it doesn't work that way and some children really want to go to school. So it doesn't make sense if some of the schools where we go to sends that children away to go look for other sites to go to school in South Africa because of they don't want the child in school. Because of there's different schools for children that has disabilities and things like that, and how can I say, things like that, you know, so like the behavior and things. I really want that to be adjusted by Ramaphosa and them.
Hi, my name is Lavon, and I just want to say that some of the schools does not want to take in children that are from institutions because they see them as a danger. So if the government would just change that, it would be very nice. I said that some schools doesn't want to take in children that are from institutions because they see them as a threat.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bradley. I am from South Africa. And I think at my school, I'm certain we have a problem, which is child protection. Since this summit revolved around child rights protection and welfare, I would like the government to ensure that every child is protected and has the freedom to express themselves regardless of race, religion, background, or current circumstances. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kendrick Otto, and I'm from Ghana. By the end of this summit, I would suggest that we should have a representative, like how we have in Ghana, we have MPs for different sectors. So we should have more like an MP for us children who is in parliament representing us and making sure that they know that we are there and we want a change.
Hi everyone, I'm from Zimbabwe, I'm Pedamoyo. So mine is a cry for justice to the policymakers and the people in authority. See, there are some children around there who have been brutally abused, and the perpetrators have not been held accountable for their heinous crimes. I am crying for justice. We want someone in parliament who represents those children. We need their voices to be heard. So the governments around Africa must take immediate action to address this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As much as we are consolidating all these messages, there's one important message that I've not come across yet. As we go through some of these different social challenges, there are also some challenges that look quite distant but are so close to us. I'm talking because there's I'm coming. There are particular representatives who I cannot see here, but if they were here, they would have added to it. And these are countries such as South Sudan, Democratic Republic of Congo, and the rest. Do we know what is happening in these countries? We know what is happening in these countries. And that is an injustice for children. Do you guys have any particular message towards what is happening in these particular countries? Even though we live in different countries, children who are affected across Africa still come and affect us in the end. A child being abused because of war in another country also affects me at some point. So it is very, very important that we also think about some of these issues. So does anybody have a message? But, okay, you can, there's somebody? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shiloh Middleton. I come from South Africa. So I just wanted to speak about xenophobia and the help that other countries give to other countries in Africa. I think after this summit, what we want to see is that other countries like South Africa, countries that are strongly built and more advanced, should help other countries that have less infrastructure, and other countries whereby children are suffering in schools and have less infrastructure to go and study. I think it's also important that we should remember to accept other kids from other countries and not be xenophobic towards them, so that we can also build together a stronger Africa, and so that we can help other people in other countries. I think we should also receive outcomes based on how we as the children should move forward against the struggles that we as children face in different other countries. So I think that's more important. The government should basically tell us what we should do as children to face other struggles in other parts of the country or Africa as a whole. Thank you.
Firstly, I'd just like to also state that we do not know what happens in South Sudan or other countries. So if we would like for someone to actually explain what actually happens in these countries, because as we said, they do not expose the problems on the news. We do not know about this. We do not know that there's wars and people are abused. So can we have someone to explain? And also secondly, as we know that there's hashtag justice for Kwekwe. Kwekwe was a 7-year-old girl who was raped in her school. So we would also like to enforce safety in schools all around Africa to ensure that children are safe, and that we have people who work in school that also ensure the safety for the children, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to ask, is there a facilitator who is either well-informed or at least comes from one of these conflict areas to just explain to us properly, because there are some children who say they do not understand fully what that means to them. So is there a facilitator? You can either be coming from a conflict zone or you are very well informed about these conflicts. Just to come and just give us a highlight of what happens in these. But you're from South Sudan, right? Yes, can you just come and explain to us just some of the, yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Elizabeth. I'm from South Sudan. Yeah, as I told you yesterday, South Sudan is one of the youngest nations in Africa. We got our independence in 2011 from Sudan. So since we got an independence, we were so happy. We were being marginalized by Sudanese. But when we got our independence, we were very excited, we were very happy. but we don't know what was following us. So when we came out, after 2 years later, in 2013, one of the leaders turned to be a rebel and killed so many children. It again happened in 2014, the other year, 2016. There was also a heavy fighting. After that, they tried to come together, and they're trying their level best to give us a good education, but it's all in vain. Currently, in other parts, there is a war, fighting, but other part, it was okay. But as children, they don't fear. Even when we were moving with the Eliza here, some kids were fearing crossing the bridge, but she was just running because we are going through a lot, especially children. They were being asked to stay at home for 1 week. Again, they are going back to school. But the problem also is the shelter infrastructure. There are no good schools, no trained teachers, but they're trying. Now, most of us, like Ugandan here and Kenyan, they know Uganda and Kenya, they are our second home. Most of the children are there. But we are praying hard because children are really going through a lot. Now, in other part of the villages within, there is a place called administrative area. Abia is between Sudan and South Sudan. So that place is the administrative area. So there was a fighting 2 days ago, even when we were coming. Kids were just running, crying. Their home were being burned into bushes. There is nothing remaining. But they're trying. Our president doesn't want war. But it's just, I don't know what is it, but they're just trying their level best. But kids are really going through a lot in South Sudan. It depends, like when they're traveling, like those who, some people are staying there. And there was a statement UN released recently. They said, you shouldn't go to South Sudan. It will be at your own risk. We left when there was tension. But we thank God we are here. And I hope we will go back safely and find our families when they are safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that informative session. Do we properly understand now what a picture of children living in a conflict zone looks like? Do we have messages towards that? Okay.
Okay, so hello everyone, I did introduce myself. So I have a message to that. What my comment is on that is that the president and everyone that's in war mustn't bring the children in to go into the war because of they're still children. You know what I'm saying? Because of there's children that's from 16 and up. Children is still young to be in a war, and that's not right. That, like, it breaks me to know, because we are in South Africa. We were never, like, some of us were never in other countries before. So my suggestion is that they stop bringing children from under 16 and up into wars and things that they don't belong in. They must be in school. They must focus on education, like not education, but things that I want in the future, not war on this like this age that they are now. So yeah, that's the thing that I wanted to share. Thanks.
So she said that in South Sudan, they don't have trained teachers or something. So my suggestion is, in some countries, people go to school to become teachers and the rest, but end up like there are less schools than teachers. So for us to become one Africa, like together, we can help each other by we are providing jobs for the teachers by sending them to these countries with uneducated teachers to teach their children and help them to give them a brighter future. Thanks.
So what I want to say is that I think the governments don't understand how much of a cost they're putting their country at, because they are depriving the children the right to education, to health, to shelter, to clean water and sanitation, which are all under the Convention of the Rights of the Child. But then if they continue killing all the children, who are going to lead their country in the future? They're going to end up killing everyone, and then we'll no longer hear about South Sudan, we'll no longer hear about Congo. It will all be history, because they would have finished all the people who would have been leaders in the future. Because most of these people who are living in Sudan and Congo, they're now running away from their own country, going to other countries where they think it's safe. So now if everyone runs away, everyone dies. Who's going to lead their countries? There's not going to be Sudan, there's not going to be Congo. So I just want the governments to think, or the people who are fighting to think at what extent or what's going to happen after, or if there's going to be South Sudan or Congo in the future. So they should just think about that.
As much as we're children of Africa, I feel that Africa is so divided. Because as we sit here, we are different countries, but then it feels like we're different continents. I feel like as much as South Sudan is going through all of this, what does Africa have to say in all of this? What do the presidents of each and every country in Africa have to say? Why aren't the presidents coming together to find a solution for that country? So that's why I feel like Africa is so divided. And to feel like, for other people, it feels like South Africa is America in Africa. When they have to come here, they feel like, oh, wow, it's so beautiful, it's whatever, because it's something that they've never experienced. Why can't it be like that in the entire continent?
So I think this isn't something that's singular to Africa, but it's something globally that it's a perception of children in society and how we're placed in society that causes a lot of these issues, in that it's seen as kids don't add value to society, don't add value to government because of our age. When, I mean, you can see here, it blatantly shows that we do have value to add to these things. And I think as much as I think we're very fortunate that we all understand that, and you can see that from the discussions we're having, but that's only going to come when we're in power, when we're in governments, when we're in that which is going to be in 20 years' time, whatever it is. And I think that's the issue, is that it needs to be a shift in the attitude towards children from government first. That's what they need to do on their side, is they need to shift the way they see children to value us, and that's when we're not going to be, that's when we're going to be prioritized when there's conflict in areas. That's when you're going to be prioritized to hear our voices in parliament. That's when you're going to be prioritized as members of society. And I think we're shunned away not as members of society because of our age, and that leads to a lot of these injustices towards children, which is systemic of everything we're talking about. So I think that needs to come first, is there needs to be a shift in people's attitudes to how they see children, and that's only going to come if it comes from government first.
Okay, not to deliberately go out of context, but I wanted to ask, like, currently as we're vocalizing our concerns and issues to the officials out there, what is currently going to be done, or what protocols are going to be taken by the government to at least meet our needs?
Okay, so I'm going to take the last three so that we can consolidate it into one message. The last three, please.
Good morning. Just a quick message about what's going on in South Sudan and everything like that. I feel like it would be a lot better if other African countries would be able to promote more awareness of what's going on in those countries, where there's war and violence and children are dying and so forth. Because as much as there are problems there, I understand that it is slightly unrealistic for countries to send military and send large amounts of food for the children or the people living in South Sudan, all those war-torn countries. But we have social media. We have other platforms where you can spread awareness about these issues. And also consider the fact that's not the different governments that are talking about these issues. It's the civilians. It's the civilians of these countries that are actually speaking out about the problems. And that's my main concern. Why do the civilians have to speak out for the governments that can actually work harder and put more funds and effort into assisting other countries? Thank you. And then something else I just quickly want to say, which is a little more detailed, is the age of consent in South Africa. I feel like the government of South Africa should have a look at that again. Because we complain about teenage pregnancy here in South Africa when we're giving the child the tools to actually destroy their own life. You see, many children, many children, grade 11, or who are meant to be in grade 10, meant to be in grade 11, meant to be matriculating, are instead impregnated. Why? Because of this law that they were given their own consent at the age of 16 years old. The idea is that you're meant to go until matric and you're meant to matriculate. But you're giving the child the tools to drop out at age 16 and ruin their own life and ruin the life of their child as well. All right, thank you.
Okay, the last two messages.
Hello, my name is Cassandra. I'm from South Africa. And I just wanted to say that on Friday, everyone was talking about gender-based violence and how it would be one of the topics. But I feel that it wasn't addressed enough during this weekend, when it is one of just as much of an impact, when it has just as much of an impact on our education as all of the other issues.
Thank you. I think this will be the last addition.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tabang from Lesotho. I would like to say the organizers of the summit should at least get us people from the government who actually are part of creating the laws or that are creating the laws so that they can give us the procedures of creating laws, because now we are stating what we want, which laws to be created, but we haven't taken the steps or the procedures that lead us to creating the laws. So that means whatever we are saying right now, it's going to be completely useless, because you'll be trying to take all this of what we have been saying here right now to the government, but they won't create the laws because they'll be saying, now we haven't taken the procedures of creating laws. Also, to the parents, I would like to say, don't keep the children in the houses, because also we don't have schools for children with disabilities, because parents actually keep their children in the houses. They are actually ashamed of having children with disabilities. So if they let their children to be part of the world, there can be more schools, there can be more accommodation of people with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think at this particular point in time, we'll consolidate all the message into one single message. So how it's going to be is that every single message will be taken down, and then we'll make one single statement that is supposed to be only 2 minutes long. Only 2 minutes long, and this statement will be broadcasted on different platforms. Nickelodeon will also be broadcasting it, and other platforms towards what the message of the ACS, the children who attended the ACS was. So I would just like one of my two secretaries. Where are my secretaries? You have the messages? Ooh, that's a lot. Okay, so I will allow her to read them out one by one, and then we will just consolidate something that will echo out everything that has been stated so far. Can you try and summarize that? Can somebody else also try and summarize that in a statement? Like, let's just have 2, 3, 4 people who can summarize it in a statement as she is talking, so that we can see how best it can be. So the statement would ideally come out: we as the children of the ACS, who at least attended the ACS, demand this from the governments, and like that. It will go like that. Is that fine? Is that fine? So I will have her, who else? You can also try? Okay, and I just need 4 people. 4 people, even on your phone, as she's saying, on your phone. You go. Another one more on your phone. Okay, so she will start reading them out one by one, and then you guys can start summarizing them on your phones, and then we'll read through them and see which statement would like to balance out, and just add or subtract if there will be need to. Is that okay? Can you clap once if you can hear me? Again? Again? Okay. Madam Secretary?
The countries must try to work together to solve their problems. The officials must The countries must try together to work and solve the problems. The officials must give solutions of how to solve problems in terms of education, safe education, and quality education.
Okay, so just a moment. For you who are summarizing, these statements will mostly go to the government. I see that there are also statements toward how the ACS can be better. Those will not be ignored. They'll just be left out for this statement, but we'll put it in another statement in terms of how to improve the next ACS. So is that fine with everyone? Hello, do you understand what I'm saying? No? No, I heard a no. Okay. So what I'm saying is that the statements that were presented by the different people who spoke, some of them were towards maybe how the ACS could have been done better. We will leave those statements out for this particular statement that we're about to create, and then we'll only add those statements towards the government. And then those statements now that were addressed to the ACS and how it can be done better will be produced in another document that will be specifically for the organizers of this particular event. So no voices will be left unheard. Are we all clear on that? Okay. You can go ahead.
Law enforcement must be strengthened, and the minister must give solutions of how to develop infrastructure and education. The government must include people with disabilities and try to accommodate them in their country activities. The government must make sure that the government must include people with disabilities and try to accommodate them. The government must make sure that children are seen and heard and ensure that there are allocations for resources in child participation and, yeah. The president must be given a time frame and realize the purpose of the summit. The president must ensure that every child is protected and there must be immediate changes for justice. Countries must work together to reduce the global issues. After the summit, the president must address the changes of what happened.
Okay, so we're going to wait for our secretaries who we've placed in charge of creating the statements for us to just put it in a paragraph so that we can see how that comes out. You've created them? Okay. Okay, so here is one of the draft statements that have been produced. Countries must work together to solve global problems. African unity. Government officials must give solutions for problems in education as well as infrastructure. Government must accommodate those with disabilities and make sure children are engaged and have good resources for education. There must be time frame for our demands. As the summit should be recognized, children must be protected, and there must be an immediate change in the law. The president must give feedback on demands after this particular summit. Thank you. We'll vote for one, or we'll just create a bigger one which includes everything if there will be any other additions. So we've heard that one, right? Is there another secretary who's done? I had two over here. You're done? Oh, okay.
Can I? Okay. Good morning.
Welcome to day 3 of the African Children's Summit that is held here at Parktown in Johannesburg, South Africa. It's been an inspiring and insightful few days at the African Children's Summit, a powerful gathering of voices from different children themselves to dedicated child advocates. It's been a tiring 2 days, and children have been discussing quite a lot of issues affecting them across the African continent. But now let's look at the highlights of day 1.
And accessible environments that support the participation of all children. Yeah, I'm done. Full stop.
Okay, so I have another statement that's done already. Our countries must work together in order to solve global problems. Law enforcement and ministries should find a way to improve infrastructure. Government must include people with disabilities. It must make sure that children are seen, heard, and engaged. Presidents are given a time frame and a purpose of the summit and must ensure that every child is protected. After the summit, the president must address the different must address the changes. Is there another statement that is done? So that I can have at least 4 or 5, and then we can pick from those. She's done? You want to read it out? Can you come so that there are cameras behind?
So here is the call to action. Firstly, to the president. The president should set clear objectives, establishing a clear purpose and timeline for the summit. Address global challenges, focusing on pressing issues like child abuse, exploitation, and education, and implement changes, following up on summit outcomes with concrete actions and policy changes. Inclusivity and accessibility. Government should prioritize accessibility in public spacing, education, and employment by providing accommodation in assessments, assistive technology. So I should start over. Okay. Saying yes, the call to actions to the president, they should set clear objectives by establishing a clear purpose and timeline for the summit, address global challenges, focusing on pressing issues like child abuse, exploitation, and education, implement changes, following up on summit outcomes with concrete actions and policy changes. Then inclusivity and accessibility. Governments should prioritize accessibility in public spacing, education, and employment by providing assistive technology. Then child protection and participation. Child-centered policy, laws and programs prioritizing children's needs and well-being, justice for abused victims, support and justice for children who have been experienced abuse, holding perpetrators accountable.
Okay, thank you so much. Is there an...
Hi, and as you can see, we are still coming to you live right here at the Africa Children's Summit, happening right here in Parktown in Johannesburg. It's all about the children's voices. Children are not just the future, they are indeed even the present.
Our children are our greatest treasure.
Our greatest asset as a nation, and they will be the leaders of our country.
My name is Ligid Frank Gaetano. I am 17 years old. I am the president of Children Parliament of Mozambique.
Bantwana bam, my children, the importance of the African Children's Summit and the topical issues to be discussed here cannot be overemphasized.
Hey, my name is Viola Jelagat from Kenya. We're enjoying the environment in South Africa.
So one of your themes is the fight against drug and substance abuse. You must say, Kimoja, I am fine without drugs.
A step forward is not enough. We cannot celebrate the inclusion of children when most decisions are made without us.
We have to start slowly. The groups help people participate because they are like children groups, and then people are able to share what they are facing.
The government institutions in Liberia are not prioritized.
So what they can do is enforce strong laws, and they can also educate children and do awareness campaigns. So most people feel like they can't do it. Even if they want to speak out, they can't manage because of what they are being taught and the people that they live with.
We are not just the leaders of tomorrow, we are the change makers of today.
Your commitment to elevating the voices of children is seen, felt, and deeply appreciated.
Africa Children Summit.
One of the standout moments was the conversation we had earlier on with Professor Philip Jaffe from the United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child. His insights shed light on the global state of child rights and the urgent need for action and accountability. Let's take a look at that impactful exchange. Welcome back to the Africa Children's Summit held here in Parktown in Johannesburg, South Africa. We continue the conversations talking to a variety of opinion makers around about issues that are affecting children across the African continent. And we spoke to people who are coming from a variety of perspectives when it comes to children's rights and welfare in the continent. And we continue with that discussion. And now we are going global and looking at commitments to children's rights. Joining us is Professor Philip Jaffe. He is the member of the United Nations Committee on the Rights of a Child. Prof, good morning.
Good morning.
Rather good afternoon.
Okay.
I hope you are having a good time in South Africa.
It's wonderful.
All right. Prof, your committee plays an overseer role across the world in terms of children's rights. How are we doing?
How is South Africa doing? I'm not going to rank you because I'm always careful not to offend anyone. but I mean, every country can do a lot better.
Yeah, yeah.
Generally speaking, democratic countries, of which South Africa is part, with a vibrant civil society, do better than countries where there are authoritarian regimes. Wealth does not necessarily have to do anything with how well you're treating children, although it does cut the poverty rate of children, for sure.
Globally, currently, we've got wars going across almost in each and every corner of the world. I spoke to a representative from Kenya. Kenya is very much close to the Horn of Africa. It's a very unstable region. We spoke about, the welfare of children who are living under such conditions, and we've got a very rattling world, so to speak. What is the impact of war to children who are supposed to grow under an environment which needs to guarantee their safety and their welfare?
The state of the world is in terrible shape with regard to armed conflict. There have never been so many active armed conflicts on the globe as of last year. And in Africa, you have your share of those. There have been tremendous violations of children's rights in many African countries, but far from only Africa. And the consequences are incredibly dire. I mean, the children grow up with long-lasting trauma. They've lost their education. They've lost their innocence, not only when they've been recruited as child soldiers, but if they've been in the area close to an armed conflict. And we know today, and hold on to your seat, 1 in 6 children lives in an active, near less than 50 kilometers away from an active conflict zone. So those children are affected all the same because they live in uncertainty, fear, and their families, greater communities are affected. There are countries like Colombia where there are 6 active conflicts going on simultaneously. I mean, you can't grow up outside the capital without being affected lifelong.
What do you do at the UN then, to put up a buffer, regardless of these wars that are taking place and where children are in proximity to all these wars? What do you do, to create that buffer to ensure that we've got a society that is going to be free of, these threats that you're talking about?
That's a bit of a trick question, because if we were able to do something, we would be doing it because it's an absolute priority. And in fact, the Secretary General of the UN has rekindled the issue of children in armed conflict. And there's a global program that just started a month ago called Prove That It Matters. That we have to have an effect on those communities and states where there's armed conflict, and provide all kind of rehabilitation services once those conflicts abate. What can we do? We can only count on the goodwill of the power structures of the region where the conflict takes place. And we speak to them. We speak to the states. We have representatives who also speak to the non-state actors in a conflict. Unfortunately, oftentimes it's to no avail, and the most vulnerable people in areas of conflict are women and children, and more women and children. And if I could just plug in that, here we are in South Africa, and one of the worst conflicts that has affected children in the past few years has been Gaza. And kudos to the government of South Africa for taking on the role of trying to move this issue way up to the International Criminal Court. I think that this government or this country has done a good service to children worldwide. You can't live with impunity.
Mm-hmm. Wars also, lead into displacement of people.
Yeah.
And South Africa has been, at the receiving end of, receiving children who are running away from conflicts across the continent. And, the pressure is building. And how do we ensure, even if children have got to be unplugged from their environments into new countries, because South Africa has got to reach a point where it can't take people anymore. And even if people are able to come through, porous borders, in communities, in black townships, that also creates a lot of conflict on its own, because people are scavenging for resources. And South Africa is still a country that is still slowly, growing. And so it cannot afford to give everything to every immigrant that comes into the country. And children become part of that equation.
Yes.
And how do we also, as a society and countries, we ensure, even if there's a shortage of resources, that children at least are taken care of?
Yes. So again, I mean, the issue of children having to migrate or on the move with their families, but also on their own, has to benefit from solidarity. Whether it's national solidarity from a country level like South Africa, or from a regional solidarity where you can distribute also the people who are fleeing, or whether it's international solidarity in the sense that there has to be allocations of funds to help this countries or governments service the needs of those populations. But what you put your finger on is a very sad situation, which is not particular to any country. There's how should I say it? There's a limit to the acceptance or the solidarity that communities will contend with at some point when they feel threatened by, and I put quotes around this, a too massive presence of another population. And so I think that there are not many options. For the children, the main way to integrate them and to de-demonize them is for them to go into the educational system. Children growing up learn that they are just one human race, wherever they come from, and they can tend to respect each other. It's more with the older populations that there's more difficulty. But obviously the scarcity of resources plays into the level of acceptance. So
we are also seeing, Prof, the growth of trafficking, and which sometimes affect children also.
Very often.
Yeah, and South Africa is also experiencing that, where we have a lot of trafficked children into the country. Yes. Is trafficking going to be another pandemic that probably we are going to have to deal with as governments in the world?
Well, there's something totally crazy about the state of the world, in the sense that anyone you speak to, and you speak to a lot of people, everybody will say children are the most precious of human beings. And at the same time, they are mistreated beyond what most other human beings are mistreated. And human trafficking or child trafficking is a scourge on humanity. Now, there are situations and conditions that propulse this issue in a given community. Poverty, war situations, but also organized crime. So, you know, there are programs that can be put in place to mitigate the level of child trafficking. But at the same time, it's been going on for a long time, and there's a lot of money involved in many cases. So, and I'm talking more about child labor and child sexual abuse. Even in Europe, where children will be somewhat traced once they enter and they get registered when they're on the move, we have 10,000 children a year disappearing from the registers because they're probably, for many of them, trafficked in criminal gangs as victims or new operators. So there are no easy solutions. I think that there's a global awareness that takes place, but there's also a weakness in the system. In countries that make it a priority to lower child trafficking or gender-based violence, we can do a fairly good job. But once it gets international, once it crosses borders, it takes a lot of collaboration between countries to make it into an issue that you can cope with better.
I don't know whether you've been in the country during this week. You know, there's been a flood of people who took to the streets, basically, you know, to put to the front the issue of child abuse, because we had a tragic incident that took place in one province in the country. But what was also important about that is that people are starting to realize that it's no longer governments who must be, you know, at the forefront of protecting children, but communities themselves. Surely it's something to learn from, and also something to be encouraged, where people are able to say to governments, it's no longer only your responsibility, it's no longer the United Nations responsibility, but communities in each and every far-flung area, they are taking this fight themselves. Surely human agency is going to be quite important.
Yes, I think that's the ray of hope when these horrible incidents take place, that there is a mobilization that can be carried forward to better prevent or to make a society or communities evolve into caring better for, or protecting better the children. I just want to give one example, and it's another country. Norway was the first country that prohibited child corporal punishment in the law. First country, 1979. It didn't come out of a parliamentary discussion or the king of Norway saying, we don't want children to be chastised anymore. It came from a horrible incident in which a child was almost killed. But so these horrible situations can also garner sort of pro-social sort of changes in the society. And yes, I mean, the community has to take care of its children better. Now, the ray of hope is also that I think overall child sexual abuse and child abuse has really permeated human conscience like never before in history. And in many countries there have been very significant advances. And so other countries are playing a bit catch up at this point. The Committee on the Rights of the Child, and sorry to be very local in my assessment, but it was one of our criticism is that South Africa has not done enough to stem child abuse in general. And it's a really terrible situation. It's not the worst in the world. Again, I don't want to be a devil's advocate with regard to South Africa. I have too much respect for your history as well. But it's something that really the government and communities need to focus on better.
Talking about accountability, because that's why I wanted to end this conversation. Your organization, the United Nations, is sometimes notorious of not being able to keep, you know, countries to the treaties that it takes. Are we in a position, Prof, to ensure that once we have all these treaties going all over, that countries like Israel, for instance, in the Gaza conflict, where there's war, for instance, if you go to Ukraine, children are in the suffering. I mean, are right at the forefront of the suffering that is taking place in that country. Why have you been so slack in keeping countries accountable when they break these treaties?
Well, you know, it's a really good question, and I can do my mea culpa personally and collectively. I think the structures and the framework is insufficient to make countries realize and take a different course when they are criticized for their lack of respect or their violations of human rights. And one of the reasons is that in the aftermath of the Second World War, when all these treaties started percolating up, we were in an era of hope, and we made all these treaties voluntary. So there are no sanctions associated with any violations. Not the same thing with arms control agreements, where there are sanctions, or on commerce. But in the human rights field, we're really counting on the goodwill of states and countries in general. And the fact of the matter is that there are countries that are much more committed to human rights. There's a majority of countries that are sort of in between respecting and slacking a bit. And then you have quite a few countries that whatever you tell them, they'll never follow through on. And I can make a list of those. And we have them on every continent. And sometimes the situation is so glaring that you feel that you lose hope in the system. And I think that's what your question sort of came to.
Yeah.
I don't lose hope. I see progress in many countries. And sometimes it's a huge step forward for many, a huge step backwards for many smaller steps forward.
Yep.
And we also have to see those.
Prof. Philip Jaffe, thank you very much for your time.
You're most welcome. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was Professor Philip Jaffe from the United Nations. They deal with the rights of the children. He's also part of this conference. We will continue to talk, Prof, obviously, as the conference, summit rather, progresses. We will take a quick break, and we'll be back right after this. That was Professor Philip Jaffe from the United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child, giving us some perspectives of the welfare of children across the globe. We continue with our broadcast here on DSD TV, a Department of Social Development channel. As we continue to explore the rights and well-being of children across the continent, it is vital that we also shine a light on their digital safety. In a world where young people are more connected than ever, who is protecting their personal information and privacy online? We now turn to a crucial conversation with the Information Regulator Commissioner right here on DSD TV on the promotion and protection of children's privacy rights in the digital age. We are joined now by the Commissioner, Mfana Gwala. Pepeto, good morning, and thank you very much for your time.
Good morning. Thank you.
Can you tell us about the role of the information regulator in promoting and protecting children's privacy rights, especially in this digital age?
Okay. The regulator was established in terms of two rights that are in the Constitution, which is the right to privacy and the right to promotion of access to information. And these rights apply across the board to every citizen, every natural person. But over and above that, you've got specific provisions within the Protection of Personal Information Act that deals with children specifically. Yeah.
And we also seen that, wherever in households, at schools, children have got, they're spending more time online. And what are you doing to put a buffer, so to speak, to protect them against any threats that might come from online?
Yeah, look, as the regulator, we regulate every activity of processing of personal information. If it involves personal information, we are the regulatory authority that is responsible for that. And amongst other things, it is the protection of that privacy, because the protection of personal information essentially is protection of privacy. And we put a bigger standard for, in that manner of speaking, for children, because children are the most vulnerable. They are young, and in fact, sometimes they are not sophisticated. Even though I've been listening to young kids here, they are quite sophisticated than some of us. But generally, you know, they are more vulnerable, and they tend to be the target, and therefore we put a bigger standard in terms of making sure that their rights are protected. That's why you'll find that in the Act there are 8 conditions for protection of lawful processing of personal information in general. But then there's a specific part within the Act, which is Part C, under the conditions. Part C specifically deals with the protection of the rights of children, and it treats it as a special protection of special information of children. So there basically there's a general provision that prohibits the processing of personal information of children in general. But then when it comes to exception, you can process the information of the child for the protection of that child if there's proper consent from either a competent person. If a child is older than 18, obviously he can make his or her own judgment on the matter. But by and large, during the Global Privacy Day, we had an activity where a lot of data protection authorities around the globe, in Europe, South America, Africa, where we actually committed ourselves to certain protocols, where we're trying to guide the people who are providing these services, particularly to people in general and children in particular, that they need to put a much stringent safeguarding mechanism, safety mechanism when they deal with children. You know, for example, when you search the web, there's some things like cookies. I mean, technical people know it better than I do, but I'm told that cookies, what they normally do, they track what you do online, and they tend to bring that kind of information. If you're searching certain sites and certain information, now and then when you log on, that thing will pop up. So what we are saying is that they need to develop technical instruments within their platforms to make sure that it becomes easy to can identify whether the person who is involved in that searching or in that platform is a child or an adult. So we're putting back the responsibility to these tech companies and these platforms to not just put cookies for tracking activity and trying to increase screen time, especially for children, but making sure that the children, they don't go to sites that can expose them to risk, you know. Children, they don't access information or content that they are not supposed to be. So we're putting that ball back to them, and obviously as a regulator, if they don't comply, we then deal with that.
That was going to be my next point in Perpetua, because you know, you regulate on the other side, but you'll find that, you know, there will be transgressors in any regulation, people who overstep.
Yes.
Have you found that you have to act up more as more children have access to you know, digital information, you know, online information, where you have, on the other side you regulate, but also on the other side you are expected to carry the whip? Are you able to do that, and are you doing it successfully? What are the examples, for instance?
I can give you an example which is in the public domain. I mean, one of the departments of government, the Department of Basic Education, you know that there's been an ongoing issue regarding the publication of matric results, basic thing like that. Obviously, we've been to court and there's been misunderstanding. Through technicalities, the matters have not been ventilated. But the bottom line is, the whole issue about matric results, it's about protection of children's privacy. What we are saying is that it's well and good. In the past, for an example, you could publish results without getting consent, either from a legal guardian or from the child himself. But today, because of POPIA, because of the protection of personal information, you cannot do that. You can only do that if you've got consent, and and also not just consent, because the Act says I must be able at some point to say, okay, I've given consent, but on hindsight, I did not consider the matter carefully. I'm withdrawing my consent.
Yeah.
So that's the issue we are talking about. So that's a practical example where we've basically been chasing the department. And ultimately, we hope that that matter will be ventilated and sorted out, because it's all about the privacy of children. Publish for those kids or those guardians of those children if they are happy with those results being published, and if they are not happy, exclude them. Yeah.
So have you, I mean, between the two of us, have you put people in jail, for instance?
Well, we haven't put...
for transgressing, because, I mean, that's what the public obviously want to see. That people must be punished when they transgress, instead of being taken to court and all these processes, but ultimately put people to jail.
Yeah. You see, the regulator was established in 2016, and the enforcement powers of the regulator only came back, if I'm not mistaken, in 2021. So it's only recent, you see. But in the short space of time when those powers have come in, even though we've not put anybody in jail, but we have actually unleashed the wrath of the regulator, not just to organs of state, but even some of these big tech companies. I mean, we've had issues with TransUnion, ITC, we've had issues with Google, we've had issues with WhatsApp. So we've actually taken measures to deal with those. Fortunately, some of them, they look like they are being settled, for an example. Well, I can still talk about them because they are in the public domain, but it looks like they are being settled.
What are the available, perhaps let me push you further, because that's where I want you to get into. What are the available sanctions, for instance? What is your ultimate sanction when someone transgresses?
Sanction is both in terms of money, in terms of fine, and in terms of imprisonment. So the biggest sanction in terms of money is 10 million. We can actually fine somebody 10 million.
Have you fined people?
We haven't, but we've fined the Department of Justice, by the way, 6 million. 5 million, if I'm not mistaken. You remember there was what we call a security compromise, but they were hacked. You know, if we use the normal language that young people, they were hacked.
You seem to be successful in fining government, but what about the private companies?
Well, I must say, you know, private companies, remember, some of them, this is their core business. So at least their response sometimes tends to be much more proactive and more positive. You know, we still have resistance there and there. I can tell you now, for example, we had an issue with WhatsApp. WhatsApp, for an example, it's a company that was registered in the US, but its headquarters is in Ireland. So we picked up, when we look at the privacy policy of WhatsApp, we picked up that the privacy policy they use for Africa, it does not use the same protective safeguards that they use in elsewhere, like in Europe and so on. And we picked the issue up with them, and I can tell you now we are settling with them, because they understand that's their core business. But I think with government there tends to be, I wouldn't say resistance, but I think this is a new piece of legislation, I think, and for many people it's still a learning curve. But people are beginning to understand that, and they are beginning to comply. But by and large, we still have issues, like I said. There was a security compromise, or the department was hacked. People could not access children's fund. People could not get their bail monies. People could not get a letter of executorship, for an example, for a prolonged period of time. And we found that it was human error. The reason why they were hacked, it was human error. And we fined them 5 million, even though the matter is still pending in court, because they have a right. Even when we find them, they can still take us to court, which is the processes that are designed for that purpose. But we haven't sent anybody to jail, like that I can confirm. And we hope that there would not be a need to do that.
Perpetua,
Yeah.
I think this is my last one. As an information regulator, obviously, it's quite a very obscured office. That is, perhaps its work is done, behind, in the back rooms out there. Do you have any initiatives that are upcoming to create awareness about the work that you do and also some of these pieces of legislation that you've been talking about?
Yeah. Fortunately, one of our legal obligations is education and even awareness. So we've got what we call the Kopano, where we actually literally go to some of the most desolate areas in our country and engage people and create that awareness about this, the existence of the regulator. So there's been a lot of, in fact, my colleague who's sitting there, she's responsible for that.
Okay.
Yeah, stakeholder engagement, public awareness, but we do that more often. I mean, us as commissioners, we're only 5 commissioners, but we literally go to townships, rural areas, and engage with the ordinary people.
Okay.
And try and make them aware about these instruments that are available to them.
You are in the presence of young people coming across, villages, urban areas. What is your message to these young people that are sitting in this main hall in empowering them, perhaps, although there is a necessity to consume this information, surely there are checks and balances and also being aware of the dangers. What is your message to them?
I think the starting point is to make everybody aware, and in particular the children, that at least there is a place that you can seek sanctuary to, and that is the regulator. When some people are misusing your data, they are violating your privacy, at least there is an institution that is charged by the Constitution to look at those rights specifically. So our message would be try and familiarize yourself with it. It exists, even though physically we may be here in Johannesburg, but we have a reach throughout the country. And we attend to little complaints. There's no complaint too little for the regulator to deal with. So generally, the message we are sending out there is that people must be aware that there is an authority that is charged with protecting their right to privacy, but also protecting their rights to access information, because sometimes you also need information to exercise your rights. So that's what I would encourage the young people. I've heard them complaining, but there are instruments that they can use. For an example, if they want government to do certain things and they feel that the government is not active enough, they can actually demand information that will assist them to actually even suggest solutions to government.
Pepet, it was a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you very
that
much.
was Commissioner Fana Gwala of the Information Regulator, giving us some perspectives in terms of the work that they do and some of the dangers that are faced by people who consume online information. We continue with our broadcast here on DSD TV channel, a channel of the Department of Social Development. We go to Uganda now. We also heard from a passionate young girl from Uganda, determined to lead a change and ensure that children's rights are protected and prioritized in her country. Let's take a look.
Hi, and as you can see, we are still coming to you live right here at the Africa Children's Summit, happening right here in Parktown in Johannesburg. It's all about the children's voices. Children are not just the future, they are indeed even the present.
Our children are our greatest treasure.
Our greatest asset as a nation, and they will be the leaders of our country.
My name is Legit Frank Caetano. I am 17 years old. I am the president of Children Parliament of Mozambique.
Bantwana bam, my children, the importance of the African Children's Summit and the topical issues to be discussed here cannot be overemphasized.
Hey, my name is Viola Jelagat from Kenya. We're enjoying the environment in South Africa.
So one of your themes is the fight against drug and substance abuse. You must say, Kimoja, I am fine without drugs.
A step forward is not enough. We cannot celebrate the inclusion of children when most decisions are made without us.
We have to start slowly. The groups help people participate because they are like children groups, and then people are able to share what they are facing.
The government institutions in Liberia are not prioritized.
So what they can do is enforce strong laws, and they can also educate children and do awareness campaigns. So most people feel like they can't do it, even if they want to speak out, they can't manage because of what they are being taught and the people that they live with.
We are not just the leaders of tomorrow, we are the change makers of today.
Your commitment to elevating the voices of children is seen, felt, and deeply appreciated.
African Children Summit.
How do you see the Children's Fund in the future? Do you see it continuing past your lifetime?
Men and women come and go, but an organization continues. That will be the position with the Children's Fund. I set it up not to function whilst I live. It's an organization which is going to be there as long as there are good men and women, because the task of ensuring that our children have got facilities and that they can prepare themselves to have the most important weapon to serve our country, both internally and abroad, is something that is everlasting. And therefore, the Children's Fund will last far beyond any particular individual who is associated with it now.
Hi, my name is Linda Ncubenkomo, and I have the absolute honor and privilege of serving as the Chief Executive Officer of the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund. The fund started in 1995, and its vision has been to change the way society treats its children and youth. There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than in the way in which it treats its children and youth. And when we look across the country, we can see that we've lost our soul and we need to re-find it. President Mandela left us a challenge that as long as there are good men and women in this world, the work of the Children's Fund would continue to live. And today, I'm inviting you to be a part of that work. We don't need to wait for Mandela Day to make the difference in the life of a child. Every month can be a month where you give a bit, where you sacrifice a bit towards the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, so that we can start changing the way society is currently treating its children and youth. We recently did a report with Deloitte Africa that shows that poverty is the huge issue that we need to be fighting if we are going to change the lives of children in South Africa. And violence against children is the second issue that's causing death in the lives of children. So with your help, we can start to bring on more interventions in more societies to change the way that the lives of children are in South Africa. So please make a pledge, a monthly pledge of 67 Rand will make a difference in the lives of children. And these pledges could be done through a payroll initiative at your organization, or signing up through our website for a debit order of 67 Rand per month, and $67 if you are in a different territory. It can be 670, but what we're asking for is that you be a part of the change that will make the lived experiences of children in South Africa different, because children deserve to be children, and they're our biggest asset. And if we start investing in them, we are investing in a better South Africa. Thank you for being part of the good men and women that continue the work of the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund.
Welcome back to DSD TV channel, channel of the Department of Social Development here in South Africa. We are here at the African Children's Summit at Parktown in Johannesburg. We have been continuing with conversations, giving a platform to these young people who emanate from almost every corner of Africa. We continue with our conversations. We're focused on Mozambique. We went to South Sudan. Now we go to Uganda. We have Precious Twalo from Uganda, a member of the Ugandan delegation of children who are here in the summit. And she's going to be telling us quite a lot about impacting children in that country. I mean, off camera, we had a lot to talk about. She raised quite a lot of interesting issues. Precious, good afternoon, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
You've been here in the summit since yesterday.
Yes.
What has been your observations? I mean, what have you seen?
The children who are here actually representing their people well. They're really bringing out the challenges they're facing, and they are really expressing the pain they have. For those who cannot speak up for themselves, for the voiceless, they have actually laid it to the table and leaving it for the duty bearers to take up their parts.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you were saying off camera, there's a lot of issues impacting children in Uganda.
Yes.
And one of those is violence against children. Can you tell us more? Because you said children are facing physical and emotional violence. What do you mean?
Children are facing different forms of violence that include physical, emotional, and sexual harassment. And these children may not have platforms where to report. Some children are given corporal punishments, despite a ban of the corporal punishments from Ugandan schools in 1997. Till now, it's a common vice going on, whereby you'll find a child is given a work overload, which may not suit their age, you get. And then this child is expected to finish the work they are given. Children are beaten too much. Like, yes, beating is okay, because spare the rod and spoil a child, that's true. But there is this beating that is excessive, beating a child, whereby you're going to beat the child, wound the child, and you leave them with pain, a lot of pain. But you expect this same child who's beaten, left with wounds, to go fetch water. You expect them to go dig. You expect them to go to school with their bruises and wounds and everything. And there are a lot of cases of incest in our country that are coming up, whereby you find relatives having sex between each other, whereby such cases come up with rape, cases of rape. And these kids are, they result into young parents. Yeah, like if a child is raped below age, like, they may become pregnant, they'll contract different diseases, you get putting the child's life to danger, yeah? And then there are very many tormenting cases at school. Actually, I'm a victim of one, whereby teachers, you may be tormented by a teacher, but when you try to speak up and maybe trying to say sorry, madam, or sorry, sir, you got me wrong. I was trying to do this, but you thought it was this. You're disrespecting. That's a punishment, something like that. So where are these children going to get the platforms to speak up for themselves? Of course they will not. And these things are going to bring up trauma for them. It's going to stigmatize them. And then how can such a stigmatized student concentrate in class?
Yeah.
Of course they won't.
So basically what you mean, a school which should have been an environment that encourages and empowers children to speak up
Yes.
is not necessarily the case in your schools in Uganda.
Most of the schools in Uganda don't have that. Actually, we as a country in Uganda, we don't have a children's parliament. And I would like for us to have one, whereby we children come up to bring up the issues from the different voices of Uganda. Because I believe someone very deep in the Karamoja region, that's one of the farthest regions we have in Uganda, someone deep in the Rwenzori region, sub-region, those are some of the regions we have in Uganda. They have different challenges, but how are they bringing up these challenges on table? You get, they don't have where to. They really don't have these voices. They don't have the platforms. And then these kids are being affected by very many issues. For a case in point, Karamoja, there are very many cases of child trafficking in Karamoja sub-region. There are very, very many cases of child marriage and like cases like that, like child labor in such regions. But these people don't have a platform. But I believe if we have a children's parliament, which has a representative from each and every district, such issues can be addressed, whereby the government will be able to make policies, the parliament will be able to implement such policies, catering for each and every child along the whole, alongside the country, like around the whole country.
Yeah.
But such children are not given platforms to do so.
Let's look, because you told me a very interesting story about yourself.
Yes.
You come from the villages in Uganda.
Yes.
And you find that in your community, you end up being a person in which people come to when there are problems within their society or community. At this age, I mean, how is that possible?
Well, it's quite interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
But I'm kind of social. I'm social.
Yeah, yeah.
And my mom, she taught us to, like, okay, since she's a counselor, she
Yeah.
gave us some tips on how we can help out our friends and such stuff.
Or your mother is a counselor, meaning she
not
assists.
a counselor as in the village counselor, but she's a counselor.
I mean she helps people who have problems.
Yes,
basically.
like something like
so
that.
she gives you the skills of how
Yes.
to handle if
Yes.
you happen to
encounter
tell us more.
such challenges.
Tell us more.
Okay. Well, there is this one day. I'll start from how I started being social like that.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I'm Catholic.
Yeah, yeah.
So we had gone for the prayers and such like stuff like that. So I was sitting next to a girl child, who was looking. Okay, she was kind of tormented, and I was like, "Hi, excuse me, are you fine?" She's like, "No, I'm not, but we are neighbors. Eh? We are neighbors." So she's like, Precious, you know what? At home, I was beaten. After beating me, they didn't listen to the reason as to why I returned home late.
Yeah.
But we had extra lessons, what stuff like that. So she was beaten. After being beaten, she was sent to fetch water, stuff like that and stuff like that. Okay, she expressed a lot of issues to me, of which some I will bring them out. But I told her, I personally may not do anything about this, but at least I can help you reach out to the people who will support you. So I reached out to one of her teachers, is my mom's friend. So I reached out to the teacher. I explained to the teacher what the child was actually going through. So this teacher she took responsibility and went to the parents, explained and everything. Then this girl got justice. Like, the parents apologized. We are sorry, we didn't listen to your reason as to why you were late at home. We punished you and everything, stuff like that. So deep down in me, since then, I believed I could be a voice. Yes, so it started just like that. So when they were asking for people who can advocate for children's rights in my community, as like I can be one. So we were identifying issues that kids are facing in schools. The reason as to why performance in my region, like educational performance in my region, was declining, deteriorating, and not improving. Like, well, I'm from the Eastern region, but if you compare the performance from the Eastern region and the Central region is performing way better. Why? Such issues. Yeah, so we brought out such issues. And I really want to thank the duty bearers for they implemented the they implemented what we said,
Yeah.
and yeah, at least there is a change in the performance. Yeah. So just like that.
In terms of, because there's a lot of conflicts that are happening, whether in Uganda or countries around about in Uganda. Uganda, in one way or another, will always be involved in a war. I mean, do you not find that perhaps young children are drawn into these wars, where you have problems of child soldiers, children finding themselves being soldiers at a very young age because of poverty and all these other things in your communities?
Well, in my community, I've not encountered such.
Sure.
Yeah, I've not encountered
but
such.
have you had problems where war would have an impact into how Uganda and how children are living in Uganda?
Yeah. Children are left parentless, like they become orphans at such a young age, whereby they'll find it very difficult to go, like, to acquire education, to acquire the basic needs like the food, the clothing, the shelter. They'll have no one to talk to. They'll become stigmatized, traumatized, and everything. Some even become physically impaired, like malnourished due to they don't have food, they're not eating, they're not feeding. Yeah, so it's a really pressing issue.
So you as a young girl, for instance, I hear other stories, like for instance in South Sudan, you'll find that young girls are the more subservient when you look at, I mean, in comparison with boys and girls. But I see you are very well-spoken and a very
So I have a few points. The first one, it is going to be under abuse, where I feel like this goes to, in general, government, NGOs, parents, all of us, stakeholders in this, in which we need to stop normalizing certain forms of abuse or certain forms of dismissal, in which a child is left with their grandparents.
That was Precious Twalo from Uganda, giving us some perspectives in terms of the welfare of children in that country. That's an interview we had yesterday with her. We understand that also children are giving their outcome statements in the main hall.
The mother ignored when they tried to say anything. So we need to stop normalizing that just because this person is an adult we know, an adult our child knows, or someone that we have grown up with, or someone that we know, that person is safe. Anyone can be a sex offender. Anyone can harm anyone. So we must be careful, and we must listen when someone complains or says something and tries to speak out. We should not normalize any type of sexualization. If someone hugs you in a sexual way, that should not be normalized. We should all be safe from whenever we feel uncomfortable. Our uncomfortability matters. How we feel matters. Next, I would like to talk about the education system. Adding on to her point, I would like the government to put forward a policy where sometimes the government gets books for schools, and some of these books, in majority right now, our system is fading away. The older system, and a new system is being brought into Kenya. Some of these books are still being used in rural areas, but they do not have the resources. These books can be donated. Some people are buying books and leaving them at home to stay there after they're finished with their primary schooling or their secondary schooling. So it would be important for them to give and donate them, and that they being transported without extra cost to those families. And then finally, this is to add on to her point on the adaptation, in which there is this case in Kenya in which a whole community is being told to migrate to this land, but this land does not have any schools near it. There's no churches, there's no facilities near it, and yet these families have small children. These are people who have lived on this land for a long time, yet they're being told to migrate to a place where they cannot live properly. And these children will be disadvantaged heavily. So it is important that if our government needs to If our government needs to migrate a community or a family because of one issue, drought or floods or any other cause of they want to build somewhere, they should make sure that the proper infrastructure is provided so that the children there can grow up properly. Thank you.
Thank you so much to everybody that has participated to the addition of the outcome statement. So at this particular point in time, before we go any further, I have just two gifts for our lovely facilitators. So these are just something for our lovely facilitators for presenting the outcome statements. So right now we're going to shift to the online crew who will also give us their addition to some of the recommendations about the ACS draft statement and furthermore. So our technical team, can you please beaming our online participants for 5 minutes. So for the online crew, you have approximately 5 minutes to present your statement.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Here in Kenya, it's already afternoon. My name is Francisca Naimasia. I am a 15-year-old homeschooled girl in Kenya. I am a SDG champion, championing SDG 1, good health, just championing SDG 3, sorry, good health, good well-being, and SDG 16 targets to ending violence against children. And I am also a young child advocate, advocating for child participation. So to get into it, I was involved in group 1, and we were being asked, what do we think needs to be improved as children? So our group was consisted of Estawini, and they also issues that were brought from education. We had overpopulation classrooms, schools too far of quality and such. So some of solutions are to ensure all children, regardless of their background, access to quality education. This includes addressing disparities in resources and facilities, urban and rural settings. Children should also have personalized planning, as we have children who have plan differently, and not all teachers can accommodate different learners. So we also brought the idea that our teachers or educators should be trained on the different types of learners that we have and accommodate their types of learning. We also had the problem in health. The increase, you have very few pediatric doctors or trained health care workers, especially in the rural areas. So we asked that their numbers should increase and there should be trained health workers in the areas. We also had security problems, especially in the conflict area zones. So security should be improved in those areas. We also asked organizations and stakeholders to join hands together, not only among themselves, but with their respective governments to support children's voices and opinions. And also to support children who are not able to continue their education. And one of my final points will be for the problem that was raised a lot, that schools are distant from people, especially children, causing children to walk very long distance just to go to schools. We had the idea that governments should introduce community-based education centers run by the locals in that community, and they are trained local educators with quality and affordable learning resources, so that the locals in that area are part of the education decision-making processes for the local children in that area. So thank you.
Hello. Technology. Okay, so at this particular point, we're done with the presentation of the draft statement, as well as the addition of the online team in terms of what they discussed during their sessions. So I would just like to invite the third group, the group that was responsible for the message, to just come and give us the 2-minute message that was adopted today. Yes. And right now, I would just like to ask everybody to give a round of applause to our two facilitators who facilitated the outcome statement. Thank you so much. You can go and take your seats. Please come up.
So essentially, as a group, we were working on our advocacy statement. And as a group, this is what we decided would be most effective in getting across our message. Essentially, the ACS was focused on addressing issues to the scope of education. Overall, we believe the African continent needs to work together as one community to address not only country-specific issues, but also global issues. Specific key takeaways from this summit ranged from child protection strategies needing to be implemented, disability accommodation needing to be improved, to the justice system needing to be more effective, bringing actual justice to citizens. These are not requests, but necessities. Overall, this can only come when government takes what we say with genuine consideration and with an appropriate level of seriousness. That looks like us not discussing the same issues at ACS 2027, but rather having a report back from respective governments on progress in their countries. Children, and therefore the delegation of this year's ACS, needs to be heard and considered in policy making around Africa. That only comes when government acknowledges us and the outcomes of this summit.
Thank you so much. So at this particular point in time, we are going to have a talk on the general comment number 26. And Salman, is Salman in? Oh, please come and lead us in terms of the GC26, the discussion. So Salman and Janet.
Hello, everybody. Hi, my name is Jeanette, and I'm from Ghana. I came to give a brief presentation on the Agenda 2063 with my colleague Salman. So, have you heard of the Agenda 2063? Nobody? Okay. It's Africa's big plan to make our continent a better place for everyone, especially us, the children. It's all about building the Africa we want, where we can grow up in peace, go to school, feel safe, and follow our dreams. This plan has 7 big goals, and one of them is all about making sure children are treated equally, protected, healthy, and most importantly, educated. This means every child should be able to go to school, learn new things, and be part of making their country better.
Hello. Are you well? Being seen, heard, and engaged means our voices matter when people make decisions about our education, our safety, and our future. We are not just the leaders of tomorrow. We are important today. And guess what? A PhD student with the University of Free State named Mega Hem is doing research to show how children like us can helps make change, can make the Agenda 2063 happen by voicing up, learning, and being part of the change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. For those who don't know us, I'm Tara Hendricks, and this is George.
Hello.
We will be reading the final outcome statement of the African Children's Summit 2025, along with the recommendations given by everyone in the room. Can we display the statement, please? I'm going to ask everyone that was part of the outcome statement group to please come onto stage alongside me. So alongside me on stage is all of the leaders of different countries who helped us in creating the final outcome statement. So can we all please give them a round of applause for that?
Hello, everybody. Clap once if you hear me. Please clap twice if you hear me. 3 times if you hear me. Great. If you recall me, my name is Peter Hwase, the DP of Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament. I'm just going to reshuffle something for a bit. Our team, let us do this. We want all of us to see. So the other group will stand like this, diagonally, so that what is being broadcasted can be seen by our media. Diagonally. And then now, as the chairperson does the official announcement, now we'll be able to continue with our final outcome statement. So let us just be comfortable and ensure that we have it. And can our media please assist us with broadcasting? 2 minutes. Okay.
We're just going to have a few seconds until things get projected and until the media walks in. Thank you.
do you see the Children's Fund in the future? Do you see it continuing past your lifetime?
Men and women come and go, but an organization continues. That will be the position with the Children's Fund. I set it up not to function whilst I live. It's an organization which is going to be there as long as there are good men and women, because the task of ensuring that our children have got facilities and that they can prepare themselves to have the most important weapon to serve our country, both internally and abroad, is something that is everlasting. And therefore, the Children's Fund will last far beyond any particular individual who is associated with it now.
Hi, my name is Linda Ncubenkomo, and I have the absolute honor and privilege of serving as the Chief Executive Officer of the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund. The fund started in 1995, and its vision has been to change the way society treats its children and youth. There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than in the way in which it treats its children and youth. And when we look across the country, we can see that we've lost our soul and we need to re-find it. President Mandela left us a challenge that as long as there are good men and women in this world, the work of the Children's Fund would continue to live. And today, I'm inviting you to be a part of that work. We don't need to wait for Mandela Day to make the difference in the life of a child. Every month can be a month where you give a bit, where you sacrifice a bit towards the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, so that we can start changing the way society is currently treating its children and youth. We recently did a report with Deloitte Africa that shows that poverty is the huge issue that we need to be fighting if we are going to change the lives of children in South Africa. And violence against children is the second issue that's causing death in the lives of children. So with your help, we can start to bring on more interventions in more societies to change the way that the lives of children are in South Africa. So please make a pledge, a monthly pledge of 67 Rand will make a difference in the lives of children. And these pledges could be done through a payroll initiative at your organization, or signing up through our website for a debit order of 67 Rand per month, and $67 if you are in a different territory. It can be 670, but what we're asking for is that you be a part of the change that will make the lived experiences of children in South Africa different, because children deserve to be children, and they're our biggest asset. And if we start investing in them, we are investing in a better South Africa. Thank you for being part of the good men and women that continue the work of the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund.
So my name is Namkulile Gopikuso, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the hospital. I've been in this role for a couple of years now, but I was with the hospital since the very beginning. So the hospital, first of all, is a legacy project of our former president, the late President Nelson Mandela. And it was really a legacy to take care of children and all children who are in need of specialist health care. So South Africa has many hospitals and a wide healthcare system, but it's very much overburdened with the numbers of patients who require specialist care, especially in the public sector. And so the hospital was really meant to address the need of children who have rare conditions. You know, not all children are suffering from the same conditions of HIV, but a lot of our children have heart problems, cardiac problems, problems with their kidneys. And so this hospital is really looking at specialized care for children. So the ethos of our hospital is that we accept all children regardless of their ability. ability to pay. And that's why it's such an important hospital to have in our healthcare ecosystem. So children come here, they're usually referred from public hospitals, they can come from private hospitals as well. So as long as your child requires the services that we provide, then a doctor from a referring hospital can send them to our hospital to receive the care. So our hospital takes care of children from different parts of South Africa. I mean, we've got patients that are coming as far as 400 kilometers away. You know, I have a specific case that I know of a parent who has to wake up at 2 a.m. in the morning to make sure that she gets her 12-year-old son to our hospital. She's got another child at home who has to be at creche at 4 a.m. so that the child can receive the life-saving treatment in this hospital. And you know, we've been with this family now for 6 years, so they're really part of the family. We know their story, and that's what this hospital is about. We're not only focusing on the children that we take care of, but we're focusing on the entire family. And that's why we say we are a family dedicated to care. It's much more than health, but it's about holistic care for the child and their family. So our hospital is a 200-bedded hospital. We are currently operating at half that capacity right now. The need is great in our community, and we're not operating at half capacity because we don't have patients. The patients are many, but we obviously need funding. It is a state-aided hospital, but we're also very much an NGO, and we have to raise funds for ourselves. And that's why we always require the assistance of different partners and collaborators to assist us in providing care for the children. The hospital was built by civil society, so it's not a government hospital. It's a community in South Africa, an international community that identified a need to provide care for children. And so really going forward, the hospital will continue to require the support of civil society, the private sector, different corporates, and of course our government to continue to provide care for children. So the hospital provides different types of services, and what's really unique about our environment, we provide what's called an interprofessional team. So in a typical ward round, you'll find a doctor, a nurse, a physiotherapist, a speech therapist, a psychologist, a social worker, because we realize that it's not just about the disease, but we need to take care of the psychological aspect of a child. And because our children are so complicated, they often require acute care and continuous rehabilitation. And just having that multiple inputs from the various healthcare workers improves actually the health outcomes of children. And so we really love the way that we operate, because we know that it will improve the outcomes of the children who are under our care. So the Nelson Mandela Children's Hospital is the second children's hospital in South Africa and the fifth one on the continent. I think now, as we're 7 years old, I think there's a sixth hospital only on a huge continent like Africa. If you go to other countries, they have much more just in one city. So we have two in the country. We're serving a population of millions and millions of children in the country, and on the continent, most of the population is below the age of 18. So you can imagine the need that is there and how much more that needs to be done. And so we're hoping that having a children like the Nelson Mandela Children's Hospital will inspire other countries and our leaders to continue to invest in our children, because we're not just investing in today, but we're investing in the future of our society. So as a childhood cancer survivor myself, I understand the importance of getting adequate health care when you're a child. You know, so we very much understand that the people we're treating here are people who can go on to do great things. We talk about the Mandelas of tomorrow, people who can change society. And so having a facility that's specifically dedicated to children gives parents hope that someone actually cares for their children. They're not just a number, but there's a possibility and a chance that they can have a better future because somebody is taking care of their health.
So we are accommodating all of the children. So I'll give it back to the chairperson, and then she will do our outcome statement.
Thank you, everyone, and my apologies for the long wait. For the final outcome statement of the African Children's Summit 2025 reads as follows. We, the children of Africa, have shared our voices and ideas. We want our leaders and governments to make sure that every child can go to school, feel safe, be included, and have a bright future. Here's what we ask for. Free and fair education for all. School should be free for every child. No one should stay home because they can't pay fees. Governments should give support like bursaries and scholarships to children whose families cannot afford school. Children with disabilities should also learn in schools that meet their needs, with teachers who understand sign language and other special ways of learning. Better school buildings and facilities. We want schools that are safe and comfortable. That means more class, desk, clean toilets, clean water, and safe places to play. Children in villages or far places should get help with transport like bicycles or school buses. Books, school supplies, and technology. We need books, pens, and other learning tools in our schools. We also want schools to use helpful technology like computers and AI, especially for children who cannot afford these at home. More and better teachers. We need more good teachers who can understand every child's needs. Some of us learn in different ways, speak different languages, or need extra help. Teachers should be trained to support all kinds of students. Stop unfair treatment and bad traditions. Some children are kept out of school because of early marriage or because they're girls or have disabilities. This is not right. We want everyone to be treated fairly and for harmful traditions to stop. Let all children go to school and learn equally. Help our families so we can stay in school. When families don't have money, some children stop going to school. We want our parents and guardians to get support, jobs, or skills to earn more money. This will help us stay in school, end violence, and keep us safe. We want to feel safe at home and at school. No bullying, no hitting, no abuse. There should be people to help when things go wrong. Teachers and parents must learn how to treat children with love and respect. National governments should ratify T3s and put laws in place against children and early marriages, and they should be practiced. Let children share their ideas. We want to be part of the decisions that affect our lives. Give us a chance to speak up, lead school groups, and help shape rules and plans. Children with disabilities should be included in all activities. Their special needs should be taken care of by trained teachers. Schools should also have sports and games made for children with disabilities, so everyone can have fun and play. Technology that helps, not harms. We want access to safe and useful internet and digital tools to help us learn, but we also want to stay safe online. Children should be taught how to use AI and the internet in a good way. And adults should help protect us from harm. Protect children against pornography and negative media. Healthy minds and bodies. Children should learn best when they're happy and healthy. We want schools to give meals, provide sanitary pads for girls, and offer support when we feel sad or stressed, as well as comprehensive sexuality education. There should be time to play and safe spaces to relax and be ourselves. Substance abuse should be prohibited, with stricter laws being put in place with regards to children. The government should penalize parents who give the go-ahead for their children to take drugs and be put into foster care. Together, we can make a change. We are the future. We want to learn, grow, and help our countries. We ask our leaders to listen, take action, and work with us to make these dreams come true for every child, everywhere in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our chair. At this particular point in time, I would just like the delegation to please stand. We're all happy with the outcome statement, right? I can't hear you guys. I know you're tired, you haven't had lunch yet, but can we just put in some more energy? We're all happy, right? Yes. We're all happy, right? Yes. Okay, thank you so much. So at this particular point in time, I would just like to ask the CEO of the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund to just come up stage and take a picture with the children. But I would have loved it if she danced to the stage. Do the children want that?
Yes. Go, Dr. Land.
Unfortunately, the
Go,
DJ is
Dr.
not
Land.
fast enough. The DJ is not fast enough, so yeah. Please stand.
No, George, I already sang. So.
I'd also like to ask the DDG of Social Development to also please come to the stage and take a photo with us. Thank you. Guys, where must I stand?
Okay, I think that's enough. So we would just like our entire delegation to take a seat. Thank you so much. Can we please have a round of applause for our entire delegation?
Excuse, guys. Hi. Hello, hi. Okay, so guys, I'm part of the group which reviewed the outcome statement, and there's something you guys need to know. And before I do that, I need you guys to applaud yourself for the good job you've done. It's not easy to carry all the weight of the children, the voices of children in your country on your shoulder, and carrying their hopes at heart. So let's snap to appreciate yourselves. Let's snap. So that's a good job, guys. I applaud you. So you guys need to know that after here, we say that we will go back to the room and come up with a proposal of implementation mechanism that will protect our hopes, our dreams, an implementation mechanism for the outcome statement, which will be built up to the final statement. So that's something you guys need to know. And ideally, it will resonate around like how the national governments will receive and respond to our own statement, and how every country will, like all the children's assemblies and parliaments will be empowered to monitor the progress of what is being implemented, as well as we're looking forward to discuss on how we can propose a continental child-led board to be formed to observe what's been going on in terms of implementation. And lastly, the AU to become the custodians of this process. Do you guys get why it's necessary to have implementation mechanism? So that it doesn't end here. We need to protect our hopes. We came here with a lot of hopes, right? Because back at home, there's a lot that's going on, you see. We need something to guide this on, and it is our stepping stone to achieving like all this being implemented. So yeah, that's all I had to let you guys know on behalf of the team. So yeah, thank you.
I'd like to ask if we can have an official African Children's Summit photo taken outside by the banner, please. That will take us a few minutes. We'll exit through that door, but immediately after the photo is done, I'm asking that everyone comes back into this hall, please. So we can exit out from the back rows, going first, please. Thank you. The back rows, yes.
important for us to pause and reflect on the strides and the progress that the South African government has achieved over the past 30 years in the promotion and the protection of children's rights.
The basic principle from which we will proceed from now onwards is that we must rescue the children of the nation.
I just want to applaud the government of South Africa. There's a huge improvement, as we can see. Firstly, I will start by indicating there was an establishment of the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament, which is an initiative where children across all the provinces are being called to sit in the parliament in order to discuss the issues that they go through. And one of the most biggest improvement we have seen is when children are being involved in decision making.
Over the past 30 years, the government has given our culture sanitary towels, and it's something we can speak open about these days. They've also given us the option of making our own decisions, such as taking contraceptives without our parents' supervision.
South Africa, in general, in relation to the rights of the child, there are many great progress that has been done. Access to healthcare, access to basic education, and then many children can still enjoy the basic services that are necessary to their growth and then the development. However, as you have just mentioned, for the protection of the children, we can still do more. I think there has been a committee of the rights of the child noted that there are more can be done for the unaccompanied children who are in the residential care, the disability issues, and then also to tackle and prevent the violence against children, which are quite prevalent in the Republic. So I think that it is important. Today is the launch of the Child Protection Week, and then this is the time we can join hands together to protect and then prioritize every child in South Africa. Especially now South Africa is celebrating 30th anniversary of its democracy, and then we would like to call all the partners to protect and prioritize the issue of the children at the center and heart of its nation, who are gonna be the future generation.
I'm here, I came to join the MEC to celebrate, to begin and launch the month for child protection. Child protection is not only for the Department of Social Development, but is for society overall. Because you are speaking about crime. The crime is happening within our communities. The crime is happening throughout the length and breadth of South Africa, and it affects the children in a very negative way. As a Department of Social Development, we are responsible for the Children's Act, which is putting policies together that will create a conducive environment for children to be heard, for children to be seen, but for children to be supported from the time that they are born right up to the time that they are able to take care of themselves.
The country has come a very long way in trying to put in place a working child protection system. Today, speaker after speaker applauded all the efforts and work that the government has done, while children are still requesting for more parenting programs and their safety within their homes, communities, as well as their school. It can be agreed that more still needed to be done, but we can pride ourselves as a government to say that the children of today have a much better childhood compared to those before democracy. My name is Wibilo Mutwa, signing off from DSD TV. See you soon. Take care.
Welcome back to the DSD TV channel, a channel of the Department of Social Development. We are here in Parktown, Johannesburg in South Africa. We had just dipped into the outcome statements from inside the plenary hall. The children across Africa have been reading the outcomes from this summit that started on Saturday. But it was, I mean, if we have to look back, it wasn't just a global experts who took center stage. The real power of this summit came from the children themselves. Bold, articulate, and unwavering, they made their voices heard. We spoke to a 16-year-old from South Sudan who bravely shared the barriers children face in her country, from access to education to the impact of conflict on their well-being. Take a look. Welcome back to DSD TV channel, a channel of the Department of Social Development. We continue with our conversations here in Parktown, Johannesburg in South Africa. We're at the gathering of children, a gathering that is peppered with serious talk and also a bit of fun. We just saw in the background children enjoying themselves, which is quite nice. We are in the shadow of Nelson Mandela, figuratively and physically. I'm told that his house is just up the road from where we are. I hear that also that there's a lot of other representatives, children coming across from the continent of Africa. We focused on Mozambique, but now we turn our attention to South Sudan. We have Akunde Maduo from Juba, a member of the South Sudan delegation of children here in the summit. We talk about everything affecting children in that country. Akunde, good morning and thank you very much for your time. So you had day one here in South Africa yesterday. You've met children from all sorts of places across the continent. How was day one for you?
Yesterday, day one was very nice because I got a lot of the friends and the new faces, and we were giving a lot of game to play. Because some of us now, if you reach 10 years, you will not be longer a child, but yesterday you have reminded us to be a child. You play like children.
Sure.
That one was very nice. I was very glad to do that.
Yeah. You're saying something important, that yesterday you were reminded to be a child again. What do you mean?
I mean that, like in our country, but I don't know in your country, is it there? In our country, if you're a girl and you reach 7 years, you are not allowed again to play.
At 7 years old?
Yeah. You will be a big girl. You will just do it. You will just stay. If you want to play, just talk with the word, but you can't play this thing of song.
Yeah.
So I was wondering yesterday, how can big people like us play again like the children?
Yeah.
That is what I mean.
And we had a conversation just before we went live. You were telling me about all the challenges that are affecting children in your country, in South Sudan. You spoke about the issue of war, for instance. There was a lot of war in Sudan. It's a new country, but there's a lot of war, especially in the capital, in Juba. How are you as children in South Sudan coping, if you have to cope anyway?
In South Sudan, this war has affected children mostly because they're stopping us to go to school. Like last week in March, they gave us 3 weeks because of war. We cannot go to school also. And that one is not good. And we need to avoid fighting. It's not good in our country.
Yeah.
And also talk to the president to stop them. Because everyone is going to fight. Like now, there's fighting since, there's war since 2022. The man married 2 women. And the first wife was careless, cannot take care of her husband. So the husband decided and said that I'm going to the house of the second wife. Now the second wife is the one responsible for everything. Now the children of the first wife get annoyed and say that, how come for a second wife to be the first, to giving responsibility to do everything? So now they're fighting since 2022 up to now. They're killing themselves. 5,000 died.
Yeah. And do you find that young boys also get recruited into be child soldiers, for instance, to participate in the war, although they are supposed to be children, but they end up, fighting in all these wars?
Yeah, they're there. They can fight. And also, the government if you can move at night and you have 17, if you are a boy, they can take you by force and they take you in the field. You go and train there to be the soldier. You want or not, you must be there. So that is not good. So if you reach at 6, you must be in your house, and also tie hair like what I see in South Africa, bob. There in South Sudan, unless if you are active, you can allow it to be having that hair. But if you are just moving and you have that hair, they can raise you and they shape you and they take you to the sea.
Yeah.
You go and train there.
All right. And you also spoke, of air. You also spoke about the issue of hunger, that if you are not in government, you are basically prone to do just about everything else, like even you end up in being part of war because of hunger. I mean, starvation and hunger, how big is it in your country?
Like in South Sudan, things are expensive. Everything is expensive, especially school and foods. Now in South Sudan, you find a lot of the house, they don't have electricity and they don't have this one water. Just buy water. And some parents in South Sudan, mostly, they're not working. I just sit it, and if you are not working, you will die because of hunger. And every work, like in government, educated people are supposed to work. But in our country, but if you do not go to school one day, you can be working. And the person who is finished university is not working, just in there. You are just sitting in the house. So they are not qualifying one another. They are not treating people equally. They are supposed to be a person who is educated, knowing something to be in government, but it's not a person that who cannot write and cannot talk, cannot speak English. So that one can bring poverty when you are not equal.
And the issue, which was quite important to me, that children do not have voices, meaning that you don't have rights if you only listen to what you are told. You don't have choices as as children. You were making an example of you, that you can't participate on certain things because your parents don't want you to, although you want. How do you, as a child, like for instance, let's take you as an example. You are a representative of many children in South Sudan and in Juba, in your community, but you are here in South Africa. And surely you are going back to your country with this message of being seen, being heard, being engaged. And how do you find your voices in such a community where children are not allowed to speak up?
It's like, if I go now and I tell some people, like big people, the one are responsible for children, and I tell them our country is left behind, because in South Africa, every child has the right to do anything. But people are not the same. Maybe some will listen to me, but some will not do that. So that is the reason.
All right. In terms of education, are you allowed to go to school?
In education, we can allow it, but it's not most. They're not treating us equal, like gender equality. For example,
you mean gender equality, meaning girls and boys, they are not given the same opportunities?
Yeah, the most educated people in South Sudan are males.
Males.
Females, some females, maybe 60% are in the school, but 40% are not in the school. They're still having mind of tradition saying that girls are not supposed to go to school. So if you go to school, maybe your parents are good. Because mostly educated people in South Sudan are males.
Males.
Females that are not educated.
It's quite a very challenging environment. I mean, I can see you are a very confident girl and you are able to speak up, about the challenges that are facing your country. When you go back, what do you hope to do about what you're learning? For instance, you're saying here, you were learning to be a child again, and you've forgotten because by 7, you end being a child. How do you hope to take what you are learning here and share it with your peers and other children in Juba, in your community, and in the entire of South Sudan?
According to me, I can just go and I talk to them. And I tell them everything, the news that I got from South Africa, and I tell them. But maybe I will not just do that big label like government place. No one will allow me to go there. Maybe I will just do it in our school.
Okay.
And our community.
Okay.
And if they can allow me also, I can share with them and tell them what I got.
All right, all right. So you're saying, although you are here representing your country, what you're learning here could be limited in terms of how far can you share it in your country because of the challenges that you're talking about. Is that what you're saying to us?
Yes.
And surely, I'm wishing you good luck, and I can see that you've got a bright future ahead of you, and you are a patriot, because I think in all the interviews that we've done, you are the first child that I've seen carrying his country's flag. It shows that there's a bright future, and given the challenges of South Sudan, but you still believe in your country, that it can be a better country in Africa. Thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome.
That was a child representative from South Sudan, giving us all the challenges and the opportunities of children in his country. We will be back just right after this. Well, that was the child representative from South Sudan. She's based in Juba, talking about the aspirations of children in that country. And we continue here at the African Children's Summit held here in Johannesburg, South Africa. The children are gathering again also to do the outcome statement of the summit. The summit and the outcome statement has been led by the children. They are focusing on free and fair education for all, better school buildings and facilities, books, school supplies and technology, more and better teachers, for instance, and help to their families and to end violence. Those are some of the subject headings that they are dealing with. They'll be able to finalize and concretize the outcome statement later on today. But we continue to look at some of the highlights of this summit. On the opening day of the African Children's Summit, Dr. Teboho Mabe, Director responsible for adoptions and international social services at the Department of Social Development, provided valuable insights into the department's contribution to child protection. Here's the specific interview. Welcome back to the Africa Children's Summit held here at Parktown in Johannesburg, South Africa. We continue to talk with people who make sense to the subject that we are dealing with. We're talking about children, but we are looking at different perspectives in making sure that by the time we leave this venue on Monday, we're able to have gotten each and every available opinion. Now we're talking to the Social Development's Department's contribution to children, and also we're talking to Dr. Teboho Mabe, who's the Director responsible for adoptions and international social development. Doc, good morning, good afternoon rather,
good afternoon.
And welcome.
Thank you.
Doc, we have had quite a lot of other people who have brought in different perspectives. We just spoke to a representative of the United Nations when it comes to children's rights. In terms of South Africa, because in the discussion that we had with the United Nations, we spoke about the issue of migration. There's conflicts almost in each and every corner of South Africa. There's poverty. People are leaving their countries of origin. And we find that South Africa has been at the receiving end, and it's a reception country, so to speak. And as a department, surely you are also affected. What are some of the services that you provide once a child steps into our borders? What services are there in terms of the legislation that you're supposed to be providing?
Okay, thank you. The piece of legislation that we are using is Children's Act 38 of 2005. This piece of legislation enables, us as the officials, to care and protect, the children who need our services. So those children that you are raise them and, take them through children's court, because the Children's Court enables us, to care and protect them while they are here, in our country. While they are here in our country, we, engage with them to say, where are you coming from? Which country are you coming from? What made you, in a social work, manner, probe, get more information about what made them, to be here. And then that process, we call it, assessment. After doing assessment, if it is of the best interest, of the child, to be reunited, with their families, we communicate, such information with our sister departments in foreign countries. For example, if at all they are coming from Zimbabwe, we talked to Zimbabwe Social Development to say, Zimbabwe Social Development, we have, your children in our care. How best can you assist us in terms of tracing and reunifying them back, back into their country? Yeah, and, we usually get, positive response, from neighboring countries, I must say. Now, recently, definitely, various, neighboring countries are coming on board and take responsibility over their children. I guess that is, a right time for them, to stand up and also to show interest in terms of this.
Yeah.
When they come forward, we communicate. They supply us, with reports, social work report, and if, the reports are favorable, to us and to them, we, do what we call transfer, of these children from care to care, because they would have been in our system in what we call child and youth care centers. We would, transfer them back, in the welfare system of our neighboring countries. And from there, those neighboring countries, at their own time, they will reunite and reunify, them back with their families. So in a nutshell, that is how we, offer services. So when they are here, we, provide them with every service that, South African children, are supposed to be getting. Starting from, counseling, starting from schooling, starting from, any other, protection. So we do, a package, and we provide a full package, of social services, to them. Yeah.
In cases where you find that, because, I mean, that is mostly children who would be coming into South Africa legally that you're referring to. But those that have come through other means into the country that are undocumented, are you duty-bound still to provide the same services to them?
Definitely. Most of them come here undocumented. Majority come here illegally undocumented. And we are obligated, as a state to provide, services regardless of their, legal status. So the law, it doesn't, discriminate to say, if at all they are, illegal, we need to treat them, differently. We treat them, as any other. But I must, come up front to say most of them, come here, illegally and undocumented. And interestingly, while they are here, we also liaise with their embassies. Yeah, and their embassies are coming handy nowadays. To us, they are having interest in their citizens who are in the Republic. They usually, come and profile them and interview them and ascertain from these children to say, are you really coming from our own province or our own country? And then if at all, the information is positive, we walk the journey with them. When I say with them, I'm meaning, the embassies. in trying to render services, to these children. They usually, offer what we call emergency passports, travel documents. They issue what we call repatriation certificates, and they also, assist in terms of, escorting, these children with us, up until the borders, so that when we hand them over to the authorities in other countries, they are there, to ensure that the handover, is done in a correct manner. Yeah.
Surely, the more you leave your country, Doc, and go into a foreign country, whether it's a migrant in a legal or illegal manner, surely it increases your level of vulnerability because you're no longer in your own country. What do you do to ensure acceptance and tolerance in the host communities? Because remember, these children will end up in Soweto, for instance. They might end up in Port Elizabeth or in any other small community. What work do you do to ensure you create a level of acceptability in those host communities?
Fortunate enough, there is a unit in social development that deals with community mobilization. So that unit, it deals mainly with issues relating to social cohesion, tolerance, of foreigners, in the country. So we work, closely with that unit so that we ascertain the safety of, those children in those certain areas, for them not to be, targeted, but rather, to be cared and protected. So that social mobilization, is a spring, board, on us, because it prepares, those communities, to accept, any, eventualities in terms of, certain cases. Yeah.
Also, the issue of migration, Doc, is a highly gendered phenomenon. You'll see most of the time it will affect women and young girls. So the more you would go into a foreign country as a young girl, again talking about the issue of vulnerability, do you have programs where, are your programs, let me put it this way, are your programs gender sensitive to ensure that, because women and young girls will be much more vulnerable if they go into a foreign country as compared to a man, for instance. So are your programs so gender sensitive to ensure that you avert any abuse of these young girls?
Yeah, we usually are open, to such, and we do provide, services to, female, girl child. And to answer you, yes, our services are gender sensitive because we are very mindful about the vulnerability, factors that, these young, children could be, exposed to. Yeah. So we deal them, in a confidential manner, in a sensitive manner, and, in a rightful, prescript, following kind of, yeah. So we do render, gender sensitive, programs, especially towards, the female, counterparts, because they are exposed, to certain things like, sexual exploitation, being trafficked, all sorts of, these social ills.
Yeah.
And it also pertains, to impacting on their mental health.
Yeah.
So psychosocial, services are also provided. I'm a social worker, by profession. So we do, offer, a basket of services, amongst others, as I say, holistically, mental health, psychosocial, any other, program that is, geared at assisting them, to feel better when they are here, in the country. Yeah.
I think my last point, Doc, was you raise an issue of also you play a critical role when there are foreign people who want to adopt South African children. You are very crucial into that transition. How do you make sure, because you also mentioned, trafficking, how do you make sure that you close all the loopholes? When we have a foreign person who wants to adopt a South African child, you ensure those people, are screened and they want to adopt the child for good reasons. Is your system tight enough to avert trafficking?
It is, definitely. Why am I saying so? The unit that I am heading, we are also deemed, as the central authority on intercountry adoptions. According to the Hague Convention, is an international, instrument, international, legislation. We have acceded to that in 2003, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so whereby by then, before then, foreigners were not, allowed, to come and, adopt, in our country. But after we have acceded, to this Hague Convention, there were systems, put in place to look into, issues that we have, talked about, to ascertain and to put measures in place to say the people that, are coming forth, to adopt, they are being screened, thoroughly in their country of origin. We communicate and we get reports, for matching purposes with the central authorities of the countries of, because we are mostly sending country. Yes, so we communicate, with those central authorities to ascertain whether these people, have been vetted, have been screened, have been assessed, and when the two central authorities, meaning ourselves and those, central authorities are satisfied, that is when then, we can give, a green light for this particular adoption, to can, proceed. But, there are measures in place, that are being, put, in terms of ascertaining, whether are we not giving our child, to a trafficker. And thereafter, after, they have adopted, when they are back in their country, we do also render what we call aftercare services. So those central authorities would go and check, the adjustments, whether the children are adjusting well. Even our embassies, abroad, they do take part in terms of, ascertaining whether, these South African children are adjusting well, in those countries. Yeah. So we exchange reports and, we ascertain ourselves, we satisfy ourselves. And if budget, allows, we also do visits in those countries and meet with these particular families and meet with these children who have been adopted.
Right, that was Dr. Tebo Khomabi, the director responsible for adoptions and international social services at the Department of Social Development. And we are hoping to cross live now to the voting process. The children will be engaged in the voting process overseen by the Independent Electoral Commission. This democratic process is handled in a transparent manner for the next, to choose the next chairperson, rather, of the African Children's Summit. The country of origin of the chosen chairperson will imply automatically the host country for the next African Children's Summit. So it's going to be a very interesting process. I think the ISC, what I see from my monitors, the ISC is now briefing the children in terms of the voting process. Let's listen.
constitutional mandate as well as the legislative mandate. Our constitutional mandate, number one, is to ensure that we manage the elections, be it your national, provincial, as well as the local government elections. We conduct those elections. And also we ensure that those elections are being conducted in a free and fair environment. And lastly, after the elections have been conducted, we ensure that we declare the results. And in South Africa, we normally declare the results within the period of 3 days, but the law says we can declare those elections within the period of 7 days. So, meaning today, basically what we are going to do, we are going to manage your elections, and be rest assured, we are going to ensure that those elections are free and fair. Okay? And as I've said, we also have the legislative mandate. Our legislative mandate, as indicated, that we ensure that we compile and maintain the voters' roll. When you go and study at a specific school, you don't just go there and ask for books. Am I correct? Am I correct? Do you walk at the school and say, I'm here, can you give me books? No. So you need to register. So as the IEC, we also ensure that we maintain the voters' roll. At the school, they will say it's your attendance register or your admission. It will be your admission. So the IEC, before you can vote, you need to register first. Hence, we say we maintain the voters' roll. And also, we manage the elections, as I have already alluded to, and ensure that we declare those elections. We also promote the cooperation between persons, institutions, governments, and administration. And when we speak of institutions, we are here today for ACS. So it's one of the institutions that have requested us to come and manage their elections. Hence, we are with you today. We've been here from Sunday. We've been here from Sunday. Probably some of you have seen us. And also, we need to promote sound knowledge of democratic electoral processes, and as well, we promote voter education. As I'm talking to you right now, it's part of our work that we do promoting voter education. Because when you leave this place today, you would know what is the IEC and what does it do. And what the IEC in South Africa does, the IEC in your countries does the same. They manage the elections, they ensure or those elections are being declared. And I've spoken to managing the voters' roll and compiling the voters' roll. How do we do that? We ensure that those who are eligible to vote are registered, and we have the requirements. So I believe I'm talking to the correct age. If you are 16 years and above and you have your ID document, be it a smart card, I hope you don't have green barcoded IDs. If you are 16, you don't have green barcoded ID. Ne? Yeah, so you've got smart card. So in South Africa, when you are 16 years of age, you are eligible to get your smart card, and you can apply with the IEC to vote, meaning you can register to vote with the IEC from the age of 16 years, and you need to be a South African citizen. So we say you register from the age of 16 years and above. So I've already spoken to that, and we do not take the passport, we do not take the driver's license. For those who have driver's license, we only take your identity document, be it a smart card, a temporary identification certificate, or the green barcoded IDs. Those who come from my age, they will have the green barcoded IDs. Those who come from South Africa know what I'm talking about, ne? Right? Yeah. Okay, and where do we register to vote? You know, because I'm speaking to young people, I'm going to refer to the online registration. If you are 16 years of age, you have your ID document, be it a smart card, as I have said. You can register yourself online by visiting www.elections.org.za. And you go to the voter portal. You just need to upload the copy of your ID document there. You create a profile, seamless, ne? You can do it at the comfort of your home. You don't need to travel to our voting stations or to our local offices. Hence, I'm saying, as young people, I know that you are technology savvy, right? You've got smartphones, ne? So it's easy for you. You are ready for us with your ID. You can just somewhere go into your phone, go to the IEC website, and you can register yourself there. But start first by creating your profile, okay? And besides using the online, we understand that some people don't have access to the internet. We also do continuous registration every day at our offices between 8 o'clock and 5 o'clock. In South Africa, each and every municipality or your cities like your Joburg, we have offices in different communities. So you are able to go there if you do not have access to the internet. And alternatively, we normally have big projects, national projects, which we call registration weekends before our elections. We are going into 2026 local government elections, so we'll be having the registration weekend so people can register themselves at the voting station during that particular time. So that's how you register with the IEC to vote. And besides us maintaining the voters' roll, remember I said we also conduct voter education. Now, where or how do we conduct voter education? We conduct voter education in different communities, be it at school. In South Africa, this month, we say it's a democracy month. It's April, it's Democracy Month. All over South Africa, nationwide, we'll be visiting schools, your high school, your primary schools. We have what we call the School Democracy Program. If you are lucky, we'll be visiting you in April, but if you don't come in April, we might visit you in one of the months going until September, because the program runs from April until September. But we are not only doing schools, we also do institutions of higher learning, your high school, your universities, as well as your TVET colleges. So we also conduct voter education there. And we also do civic education, where we say you need to be an active citizen and you need to participate in the affairs of your country. And moving forward, we also conduct voter education or civic education for disability sector. We also go to churches, what we call mass civic education, where we visit churches, we visit your old age homes, we deal with youth, organized youth and unorganized youth. So we reach out to multitude of people that you find in South Africa. So that's who the IEC is. Now, do you understand what we do? So we are not only managing elections, but we need to ensure that when we are ready to go and vote, you understand why do you need to vote. Okay? Thank you. So currently in South Africa, there's a document that was launched that speaks to e-voting and I-voting. We are moving into, actually we are already there, ne? We are already there, the technology world. What do we call it? AI. Am I correct? Your artificial intelligence. Yeah, so everybody wants to do things technologically. So within South Africa as well, the IEC is looking into I-voting and e-voting. So if you've got time, just browse through our website and check what the policies say. It's currently being discussed, debated, people are making submissions. And if you're interested, you can also make your own submissions. Remember I said it's not you are not too young to participate. Ne? You are not too young to participate. So just ensure that you engage with that document. And I believe I'm talking to the adults who are seated in here. So you can make your submissions as well. Thank you. And why are we here? We are here to conduct your elections, like I've indicated earlier. Now let us look, how does the voting station look like? What do you need to expect when you go into that voting station? We are already setting up the voting station for you as we are speaking right now. Some of the colleagues are that side. They are preparing the voting station for you. So what do you need to expect there when you get there? At the entrance, you'll find the door controller who will show you where to go, which table to start from. And the first table that you will go to will be the voter's roll. And in this instance, you are going to use your attendance register, because we need to verify that you are eligible to vote in these elections. And you will need your card just to ensure that you are part of the delegates. Okay? And from the voters' roll officer, we will then move to the person that we call an inker, who will ensure that, remember, we need to identify people who have voted, because you only vote once. You don't need to vote twice. So we will have an inker who will ink your thumb. And from them inking your thumb, you'll proceed to the person that we call the ballot paper issuer. And that person will issue your ballot paper, then you go to the booth. Okay, I thought it will point so that you can follow the discussion, but it's okay. Then you will, after being given your ballot paper, then you'll move to the ballot booth where you will cast your vote, and you'll fold your ballot paper, then immediately move to the ballot box where you will deposit your ballot paper. So this is the process that we are going to follow as we go into that voting station after this session. All right. So immediately after everyone has voted, we will ensure that the ballot papers or those votes are counted and we tabulate them. Let me also indicate that we'll be having 3 sites, 3 voting sites. It's us here, which is on site. Then we'll have those who will be voting as clusters online, where they will be watching us from, and also we'll have those who will be voting electronically. So 3 sets of voting processes will be followed. And after everyone has voted, we'll ensure that all of those are being put together to ensure that we declare those results. And at the end of the process, the candidate who receives the majority of votes will be the chairperson. You know that you are voting for any country of your choice, right? I heard the young lady telling you the 3 countries that you are voting for. So any one of those countries, any country of your choice, you vote for it. The person who gets the most votes, the candidate who gets the most votes, will then be the chairperson, and their country will host the ACS until the next election. Are we clear? Okay. So this I have already spoken to in terms of how we're going to conduct these elections. As I have said, our voters roll will be your attendance register, and we'll use your identification as the accreditation card that you have, the one that I've shown you, and the voters will be ushered according to their countries. Okay, you'll be called according to your countries. So that's the process that we will be following, and that's the reason we are here today. And thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. How many of you are excited that we will all vote today? How many are excited? How many are excited? Let me see your hands. Let me see your hands. Is Tara in? Is Tara in? Okay, so that is how the voting process will go about. So we have been very much informed of how everything will take place later on. DJ, can we just have a slow song as we are, yeah, just a song.
Well, welcome back. Those were the live visuals of the IEC representative here who's going to oversee the election that is likely to take place in the next few minutes, where the children will be electing the chairperson of the next African Children's Summit. And as I've indicated before, the country of origin of that chairperson will automatically imply that's where the next African Children's Summit is going to be held. So those are the processes that are going to unfold. It's a very democratic process because I believe the whole intention is just to make sure that the hosting of the summit rotates around the African continent. In 2023, it was held in Kenya. In 2025, it is held in South Africa. And we're just going to hear later on today as to where the next country, which next country is going to host the next summit. We continue to look at all the other things that have taken place here in the summit. We spoke to a confident Kenyan child who spoke about the youth participation and decision making in his country, reminding us that young people don't just want a seat at the table.
Hello, everyone.
They want to help shape that future in which the children wants to believe in. Let's take a listen. We continue with our special broadcast on DSD TV channel, a channel of the Department of Social Development. We are here at the African Children's Summit in Parktown, Johannesburg, South Africa. We continue to talk to young leaders, children leaders, so to speak. We are on day 2 today, and we continue our conversations. We focused on Mozambique. We also focused on, we had a child from South Sudan. We also had a child from Uganda. And now we're talking to a child from Kenya. Very talkative young man. Off camera, we had a lot of discussions. He brought in a lot of issues that we will be able to share with you as the viewers. He is Samuel Smith. He's from Mombasa in Kenya. He's a member of the Kenyan delegation here in the summit. He's also the president of the Children's Parliament in that country. We'll talk everything impacting children. Samuel, good afternoon and welcome.
Hello.
You said you came here into the summit with a lot of hope. What do you mean?
Hello everyone. Carrying the weight of all the voices of the Kenyan children here to the summit means a lot for us as a country and children back at home. Because at home, we've been to a lot of conventions, we've been to a lot of gatherings where children like these summits and all, but we don't really see action out of there. But we've believed when we come here, bringing all that gravity, the weight of all that gravity here, we'll be able to be heard, seen and engaged. And it will not end here, you see. It will further be escalated even to the African Children's Committee, where they will hear us and even, approach our duty bearers back at home, and at least things to be addressed in a critical and approachable way.
What are some of those things that you feel in Kenya need to be addressed in terms of the challenges facing young children?
First and foremost, I'm going to talk about child participation. In my country, as I mentioned to you, back at home, children are not really taken as, our voices are not taken with that priority and the weight it needs to carry, you see. Because back at home, most of the duty bearers just do it for formality. Because like, I'm going to use an example of the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament. When I came here and made my observations, it's when I came to realize this, because the child parliamentarians, like with the mandate they have, when they speak, you see, it's like South Africa children have spoken. You see, it's not like back at our home. We will struggle so much, pull and forth with our duty bearers, especially our government. We will even go a further mile to even get chat with them online, and just keep on pushing them, write emails to them. But they just like these kids are just they're just disturbing us so much. You see, and even being here, I don't really think if they're aware, because I came in with an NGO. They're not even aware. You see, yeah.
So you mean your government is not even aware that you are in another country representing the children of that country? Is that what you mean?
Possibly, yeah. Because what I feel like if they knew, it would bring in a drift in one way or another. Yeah.
So I mean, you also spoke about some of the other issues that are still impacting children. One of it you've already mentioned, which is about being listened to and being taken seriously. Off air, we were talking about instances where young girls, there's still a practice of genital mutilation. Tell us more about that.
One thing I'd like to applaud our duty bearers back at home and all who work for and with their children for combating FGM back at home, because that harmful cultural practices has reduced immensely, because the tremendous effort have made a count, you see. Because right now it's very rare, and I mean very rare. It's been around 3 years I haven't heard of such cases, because they've been really implementing that policy on child protection, on specifically the FGM Act. We have an FGM Act back at home. So that's a milestone for us, and there are penalties if a perpetrator is caught. I think they serve for almost a decade or so. So people are really conscious of that. Yeah.
And in instances where people still practice that, what happens to them?
Oh, as I mentioned, they get penalized. They're sentenced to the FGM Act is I'm not really quite familiar with it, but I think it's almost a decade. You serve for almost a decade or so, you see, a sentence. So, and the bond is quite a lot of money, so people really are conscious of that, and they are mindful not to abuse children. And also, again, the communities have been sensitized about it back at home. And also, we, as children, back at schools, have been let known through Child Rights Club and all. Yeah.
You also made a very profound statement to say that you wish you had a Mandela in your country. What do you mean about that?
Oh, yeah, as I mentioned, okay, I'm going to talk at length at this. Yesterday, when I think it was the minister or the CEO of the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, he said Nelson Mandela donated a third of his salary, his first salary as president. And at that time, if you can remember, he was just out from serving his, free from prison, you see. He didn't have wealth, he didn't have anything, you see. Such a leader donated that money to Nelson Mandela Children's Fund to be founded, you see, at that time. Imagine if you had such a leader back at home, you see. Because, do you know why specifically he targeted children? Because he treasures children. He saw that the future of South Africa lies on the children, you see. That's why he saw it best and fit to invest in them, you see, have this Nelson Mandela Children's Fund leaving this legacy specifically for children, not for mothers, not for some vulnerable groups, but for all children of South Africa, you see. And through here, that's where I've been told by the Dekan, the president, that even it even helps children with their bursaries and everything, you see. So it has left a legacy. And if we had this at home, if we had a Mandela back at home, who would stand up? I wish our president would really take this if it reach him. And out from his passionate heart, for the love he will have for children,
and start investing in children. You see, that is why here in South Africa, it's the most industrialized country in the entire continent. You know why? Because you guys, you even, in terms of your development, you even, it's done in the local. It's not like us Kenya, we call maybe China to build for us roads, or maybe, and I'm sure even in the personal development, you see, it all starts from there. One thing I've observed from the, I should not make this political, but one thing I've observed from back at home is that, sorry to say, but our government focuses so much on infrastructure in terms of development. You see, they believe so much the development of a country lies in infrastructure rather than the personal development of a citizen. You see, and in that personal development of a citizen is what we look at health, is what we look at education, is what we look at the well-being, the security, and all. No, we're not talking about roads. We're not talking about like those infrastructure, the buildings and everything, so that your names can be like, yeah, by the MP or by who. You see, those are the things we're talking. You see, leaving a mark on an individual life. That's what Mandela did. You see, that's why this country, the children, the education is of quality. You see. Honestly, I've heard some people say that it's somehow poor, but honestly, when I compare it with home, this education is on top layer of Africa, you see. Because even the facilities, you see, they invest in them. Just to mention back at home, is it this year? Yeah. They underfunded our Ministry of Education, you see. Instead of the funds they were to allocate. And to mention this, during their public engagement, you see, the treasury back at home held with citizens, we children were present there as children representatives of parliamentarians. And we even pleaded them, you see, the government to hear us and consider us while they're allocating this. And we gave them that, yeah, we'd like to see this and all. And they even signed off, some of the government representatives, you see, as commitment that, yeah, we have heard you guys and all. They just call us to sit, they listen, they nodded, and it was just ending there. Nothing was to be done. Coming to find out that they will just underfund us. You see, even though I know we are struggling as a country in terms of the economic, it's not stable, but you should focus on the future. Stop focusing, we should stop focusing on what's happening right now, but start investing in children, in education, child participation. We need a Mandela back at home. One thing I love is the unity, like especially you guys have the Southern African children, that they stand together. In fact, there's something around that, united we stand, divided we fall, you see. They have that spirit of unity, you see, that regardless of how something looks impossible, they're going to push for it. I even heard that they're even pushing for a child representative to be in the adult parliament, you see, to be even engaged in those big decisions, you see. And it's something they're pushing on, it's something they like. So I think back at home, I'm going to take that beacon of hope to feel it like with this spirit and try to revive it there at home and tell them like we can still make it and push on and push on. Keep on raising our voices. And honestly, I'm not lying. I even talked to the Kenyan delegation. I was like, you guys, once we go home and if this cycle, if this pattern is going to continue, I think we're going to have to now, if it will have to make us somehow embarrass our country, we're going to report this to the African Children's Committee, because we'll have tried our best. And before, like, we even go to the African Children's Committee, we're planning even to make a petition to the parliament to be like, you guys, what's going on? But we somehow have a feeling that, yeah, that won't work, because we've been even trying and trying. I won't lie to you, we've been trying to get our own president, you see, but it's been really, really hard to get him. And a lot of government, yeah, how can I say, channels and protocols that, yeah.
All right, Samuel Smith from Mombasa in Kenya. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope what you've learned here, you'll take it back to Kenya, as you've already indicated that you're carrying the hopes and the wishes of children back in Kenya, and at least to deal with some of the challenges that you raised. Well, that was Samuel Smith, the president of the Children's Parliament in that country, telling us more about the challenges that they are facing and some of the proposed solutions that he is raising. We'll be back right after this. Thank you. Thank you.
This is live.
Yeah.
It's live.
Welcome back to day 2 of this African Children's Summit held here in Parktown, Johannesburg. And we have had day 1, which was much more about the opening speeches and the opening thoughts of every leader that is here, from the political leaders and also children that we hear. This summit is happening right in the shadow of Nelson Mandela, the highest priest of children's rights. And also the summit has brought together a flurry of children across the African continent, representing their communities and the aspirations of children. And today we are joined by Izon Kumbane. He's part of the Mozambican delegation here in the summit. Izon, good morning, and thank you very much for your time. How has been day 1? Like, I mean, you were here, you were able to sense, on also how the summit is going to, unfold. So day 1 was like what to you?
Yeah, day 1 was very interesting. We had the opportunity to share experience with other children, and we saw cultural issues and some musical presentations. It was very interesting to see children leading a summit. We changed ideas, and it was an exchange experience for us.
Okay. So you saying that you also exchange experiences. What are the experiences of someone who comes, a child that comes from Mozambique like you?
So sorry, you didn't catch it.
No. I mean, coming from Mozambique, what are you bringing to the summit? What are the conditions of children in Mozambique?
So to the summit, we are bringing some message of participation, inclusion, because we saw in Africa or in Mozambique, many children don't have the opportunity to speak and to make their rights, or to speak about their rights. And as we represent these children, we are here to give voice to them and to say, we can participate, we can influence decisions in Africa, in Mozambique, and
And you also come from Mozambique. I understand there's a lot of challenges that are facing children. You've already mentioned one, that you are not given platforms to express yourselves. What are the other challenges that are affecting children in your country?
Yeah, we have a lot of challenges, principally climate change that affects the province that are in the coast. Is it the coast, for example, we had this year Dikeledi and Shud that were storms, I think, is it affecting some provinces. And the government and some non-governmental organizations are working hardly to guarantee children are safety. but yeah, the impact of their actions is not effective.
So if you say that you're facing, challenges, okay, let's just stick with floods. When there are floods, what happens to an ordinary child's life in Mozambique? For instance, children have got to go to school, for instance. Surely it means that when there are floods, everything comes to a standstill.
Yes, also because the schools are used as how can I say it? The persons who are suffering with this climate change are moved to schools, and yeah, children can study with this situation. And one thing that I recognize that is being done is implementing a movement, how can I say it? Move schools. That are schools that a teacher gets in a car and they go to the community to teach, because a lot of, even now, there are persons that are in schools because of the storms, the cyclones and other conditions.
So basically you mean that because people, their houses were affected, they get moved from their houses to go and stay temporarily in schools. When they are there in schools, it means that children can't go to school.
Exactly.
So teachers have got to go to communities rather than children going to school. Is that what you mean?
Yes, yes. But also, they don't take much time in schools. They stay there some weeks, waiting for a permanent location, sometimes in other province or in other district. And during this time, children don't have school. But after that, when they are allocated in, for example, other districts, teachers are invited to go there in schools with this schools movement.
As you guys are having your food,
let's
I want you
move
to know
away
there's
from the
something
floods
called the
and look
media
at
playground,
war.
okay?
And
It is
Mozambique
somewhere,
is a country,
just
you
walk
know,
straight
I mean,
ahead, you'll find
you're
people to
17
guide you.
years
They're doing
old.
podcasts there. If you
Surely
want to talk
in
about
your
your
17
experience
years
here,
old,
if you want to talk about the outcome
you
statement,
must
if you
have
want to talk about your own
experienced
pre-summits,
war
there's
more
a
than
space
once.
for that, all right?
And I
You can
know
either find
currently there's
the
a
people who
war
are
in one
seated
of the
here, they can
provinces
take you, or you can
in
just
Mozambique.
walk straight ahead,
In-
right?
in-
Whenever
in-
you want, it's open from now on until
talking
the
to
evening.
children
Don't
who are
forget.
staying in those provinces where there is instability and war, what are they saying? How are they living as children?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
when it
Anzi is-
started,
where's Anzi?
it was
Anzi is
like,
somewhere. Anzi is
yeah,
handling
the
the
children were
nominations, you can talk to
suffering
him.
because they were lost in their parents. They were obligated to flee their homes, to go to other provinces sometimes without knowing where their parents are. And that is very bad. That makes us feel uncomfortable. And yeah, we must recognize
Correction.
that
The
children were
media
suffering
playground
in
is
Cabo
happening, it's
Delgado.
being handled by
But
Mtoto
now,
News.
I
Yes.
can say that Cabo Delgado is coming down. The efforts of SADC and of the government of Mozambique to guarantee Cabo Delgado is normal, is being effective. Now I can say that children are returning to Cabo Delgado. Children with their families, there are schools that are being opened, and yeah, it makes me feel very happy. Yeah.
So let's look at the issue that you raised originally in this conversation. You were talking about it's very difficult for children to have their voices heard, and the sub theme of this conference is to be seen, heard, and engaged. And how do you find ways to make your voices heard in Mozambique? Surely, by being nominated to come to South Africa to represent Mozambique, it must have taken quite a lot of effort. How do you, within those difficulties, but able to find your voices that they do find people to listen to as young people?
In Mozambique, we have a platform called Children's Parliament. I think it happened in South Africa also. But in Mozambique, the Children's Parliament is a platform where the voice of children, or simplifying, where we participate in decisions in process. And this platform is guided by the Minister of Gender, Work and Social Action. It was last year. It was Gender, Children and Social Action, but now it changed because of the new government. And yeah, this minister and the Parliament of Mozambique. There we can share ideas, we can participate in decision process, we amplify our voices, and yeah, sometimes we feel like they are not feeling our recommendations, but we make efforts to guarantee that they hear us. They hear us. And I must recognize that some, for example, the new law that combat child union or child marriage, we participated in the elaboration. The government called us to participate, and I feel like it's a degree. Some years ago, it was very difficult to participate, but now some platforms are being created. Are being created by the government or non-governmental organizations, and yeah.
You mentioning the problem of child marriages. Do you have such in Mozambique?
Yeah, we have a lot of such child marriage in Mozambique. But now,
tell us more. Tell us more. I mean, what is happening exactly? Yes, we do have some parts here in South Africa where there's still child marriages, but I think they are probably at the low level. Is it a big thing in Mozambique?
Yeah, it is a big thing. It is a big problem. I think one of the most big problems that we have when we talk about children's, because in some regions, children's are taken to marriage. And I can give one example, one clear example. When a girl involved with a person, even if it is an adult or a child, and they have sexual relations, and she, how can I say it?
Impregnate.
Yeah, impregnate.
Yeah.
They are obligated to marriage.
Yeah.
And other thing is the initial, I'm just looking for the word in English.
Yeah.
It is rituais de iniciação, we call it in Portuguese. I don't know, is where girls go to be prepared to, principally when they are in my age, 17, 15, they are taken through a place to be prepared to the future. Or I'm not.
It's more like boys when they go to initiation school.
Exactly.
So you also have an initiation school for girls.
For girls.
All right. Yeah.
So after returning from there, they are considered women.
Or meaning once they come back from initiation, they can be able to get married, although they are still young. Right. At what age do they go to this initiation process?
When they start the menstruation.
Yeah. So probably around about 12.
Yes, 12.
Yeah. All right.
So it is a problem.
How do you hope to fight that? I mean, you are a child representative. Surely you are an activist for the rights of children. As leaders of these platforms, how do you hope to fight such, to convince adults this is no longer acceptable?
Since the last 5 years, our fight was to have a law that says children may not marry.
Yeah.
We succeed to have this law.
Yeah.
With the grace of God. Now we are fighting to make some capacitation in communities so that the community know the law.
Yeah.
But one thing that the government is doing with our participation and some organizations is elaborating a guide to this initial process. School initials, is it?
Yeah.
so that they institutionalize it and says the girl can go to there because it is cultural.
Yeah, yeah.
But after coming from there,
it does not necessarily mean that you need to get married. So you must be an adult at least before you can get married. So you are not necessarily against this initiation process.
No, no, no.
But what you are fighting for is that children must not thereafter be obligated to get married.
Get married,
Yeah.
exactly. So I think some years ago the government elaborated a manual of initial this initial process, and we are divulgating it, making palace in schools and communities, TV, radio, community radios, and we are divulgating the law. We are making sure that the children must go to school, must have their future, and the child marriage is a problem because when a girl goes get married, she leaves schools, have to stay home and be treated like a woman, and she's not a woman, she's a girl, and she must study to guarantee the future.
All right, Izon Kumbane, thank you very much for your time. It was a pleasure to talk to you, to learn more about problems affecting children in Mozambique. Thank you very much for your time, and we wish you all the best. All right, that was Izon Kumbane. He's a member of the Mozambican delegation that is here at the African Children's Summit held here in Johannesburg, South Africa. And it was from UNICEF when they were talking about Mozambique that Mozambique, almost half of that population is made of children. And harnessing the energy and the drive of Mozambicans' children will be key in unlocking a bright and sustainable future for Mozambique. For now, we'll just take a quick commercial break. We'll be back after this. Right, that was the representative from Mozambique. We've been getting perspective from all over the African continent. We started from the west, went to the east, went to the central of Africa. We went to the southern parts of Africa here at the African Children's Summit held here at Parktown in Johannesburg, South Africa. We've been getting all these perspectives. All these kids, if you are listening to what they've been talking about, is to be heard, listened to, and also to be engaged by their leaders and their countries. That's what they are crafting inside the main hall. They are crafting the summit statement, which is going to give an indication to their respective governments of their aspirations and their wishes. We are going to take a break. When we take a break, we will be back with the announcement of the new chairperson of the African Children's Summit. As I've indicated before we went to this package, I've indicated that once there is an announcement of that chairperson, automatically, if the chairperson, for instance, is from a particular country, that is going to imply that's where the next African Children's Summit is going to be held. So it's going to be important. We are going to be watching it, and we are going to be bringing you live at DSD TV channel, a channel of the Department of Social Development here in South Africa. We are going to take a break. We will be back later on to give you the final and the closing statements of this summit that started on Saturday.
person. If we don't have all of the information to continue to vote, would it be okay to have a vote at the end of the month? It would give everybody an opportunity to go back to their country and check with the children in their country and then continue with the bid. Just for your awareness, we already have some bids for the ACS host, but because many of the children have left already, maybe it is not fair to run a vote where half of your delegation is not here to vote with you. So the suggestion, but you have to decide because it's your choice, is if you postpone the vote until the end of the month, that we run a formal voting process and all of you that have participated here would be invited to attend the vote online. But it is your decision. So can we please get one or two of you, if you just let us know what your opinions are. For those of you who are online, what do you think about this? We will go with what you say, but we do need to conclude the program, so we just need to know the way forward.
Hi everyone, I'm Banana from Uganda. As we have been talking about inclusion, so we cannot vote when many of our friends are not here. So my opinion is we should vote at the end of the month.
Hi everyone, my name is Kendrick, and my opinion is we should vote at the end of the month because most of our friends aren't here.
Hi everyone, my name is Oreneba. I think we should vote at the end of the month, so this way everybody will have made up their mind who they are going to vote for.
Good afternoon. So I want to know if we are agreeing that we're gonna vote at the end of the month, how are we able to reach the link that we have to vote for? Sorry. Where can we find the link where we are supposed to vote?
Okay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's best to vote at the end of the month.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Linda Lani from South Africa. In my opinion, I prefer for us to vote at the end of the month so that everyone could be here to vote with us.
I want to answer.
Hello everyone, my name is Sunarine. It's the best way to vote. It's the best way to vote at the end of the month because we can't vote without, without others. So we have to vote at the end of the month.
Hello everyone, I am Lomide Machaba, and I think it's best that we vote at the end of the month. So I think that we can't vote without other people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Cyrus Kiwiyo Jr. from Liberia. We are supporting the plan based on inclusiveness. So it's a recommendation to the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, the Committee for the Africa Children's Summit, to make sure that what we are trying to exclude here, what we are trying to avoid, shouldn't happen in the all-on process. They all make sure that the inclusiveness we are pushing, we are advocating for here, be prioritized in the online process. Thank you.
Okay, we can take two more.
Hi, I'm William Biliti or Mango from Zambia. I think it would be best if we were to vote online since everybody will be present there.
Hi, my name is Chaezama Panzura. I'm from South Africa. I think voting at the end of the month is the best choice so that all the people can vote and it will be fair. Thank you.
Okay, online, 4 have voted for end of the month.
I think voting must be done equally because there are different members of different countries. Like from Ethiopia, we are 2. From Africa, they are interns. So I think it won't be fair, like voting in those numbers. I think we should have the same amount of people voting. Yes.
Okay, I think that at this point it is clear that the vote at the end of the month is accepted. Is anybody in disagreement? Please, if you are vehement, if you are very, very against the vote at the end of the month, please raise your hand. Very, very against voting at the end of the month, please raise your hand. I don't see anybody. Can we please check online? Anybody very, very against voting at the end of the month? Can we say that this is a concluded agreement? Everybody is in agreement? It will be the responsibility of the organizing committee to select the date in the group and to invite everybody to the vote at the end of the month. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we've all agreed that the vote will be done at the end of the month, right? Okay, so I'm going to ask the chaperones. Chaperones, if you do not have any details in terms of how the children are going to participate in the upcoming election, please see any of our Total News team or the Nelson Mandela News team, as well as Anzio and anybody else. They'll give you details in how the children can access this platform so that every single child who was represented here will also be present in the meeting that will be coming ahead. Okay, guys, so I mentioned earlier that somebody was sick, so I just got an update. So as we're about to conclude the program, we want to share a quick health update with you because your safety is our #1 priority. We've learned that 2 of our children, who are our fellow delegates, were taken to Mill Park Hospital yesterday after feeling unwell. After tests, doctors confirmed that one of them has malaria, while the other is being kept in hospital for observation, just to be extra careful. So here's what we know. Malaria is treatable, okay? Malaria is treatable. And the doctors are giving them the best care possible. So we've pushed the doctors to give them the best care possible. And you cannot catch malaria from another person. So just because somebody else has malaria, don't segregate them, okay? You cannot catch malaria from another person. So Johannesburg, where we are in, is not one of the places that has threats of mosquitoes that spread malaria. We are continuously making sure that the summit is safe for everyone. So this place in particular is not particularly a hotspot for malaria, though we have received 1 case of malaria amongst us, but this child is being observed and seems in very good condition. Okay? Are we okay? Okay, so right now we will be waiting for some of the delegates who will be coming shortly, as we will be presenting the outcome statements to them. But I just want to have a bit of a competition, just a small competition. Do you guys allow me? A small competition? Oh, and also the power bank. The power bank is, did anybody come across the power bank? There's a power bank that's been Oh, okay, it's there. It's there. Okay. So I've seen that some of us are already looking very cultural right now. We're looking very cultural. So I would just like to see if there's anybody who would just like to come up and just show us their cultural wear and if anything, what it means in their particular country and stuff like that. Is there anybody? Yes, please come up.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I really do wish for this moment to explain why I'm wearing corporate and culture. Is it not concerning? I'm in tie, I'm in long sleeve. It's corporate, and I have culture on top of it. It's concerning, and I want to explain this story. Liberia is the oldest African republic. Liberia was founded when the United States of America needed to find a place for the free slaves that were dominating in America. They came down to Africa to buy a piece of land where they can relocate the free slaves from America to Africa. And then they found a place and buy that piece of land called Liberia today. The free slaves that came from America, they are called the Americo-Liberians. And then when they came, they met the Basako, they met Mississippi in Africa, and then they also met the Cape Moserado. That people that were there are now called indigenous Liberian. So I'm here representing my culture, representing the Americo-Liberian with the corporate, and also representing the indigenous Liberian with the country cloth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I ask you to just stand over there? Just stand over there. I can see you guys. I can see you guys. Please come up. A round of applause, a round of applause, a round of applause. Who else? Who else? Who else can I spot out? Anybody wearing cultural? Anything cultural from your country? Anything cultural? Anything cultural? Don't be shy, don't be shy. A big hand of applause, a big hand of applause. So how many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6! Okay, so these have worn something very cultural, and we will present some gifts to them. And I will invite, wait, don't take it out, don't take it out. Come. Just bring the bag, just bring the bag. I will invite somebody to come and bring. Can you present it to them? Yes, can you? Is there somebody who would like to present it? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Father had a donkey, donkey died, father cried. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. One by one. Another one? Guys, this bag is full of so many surprises. It's been surprising me throughout the day. So congratulations. Let's just... Oh, may we be upstanding, please? May we be upstanding as the delegates are coming in? Thank you so much. You can go take your seats. I will hand it over now to Tara.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will now be doing the final outcome statement for the African Children's Summit 2025. What we want, an outcome from the African Children's Summit 2025. We, the children of Africa, have shared our voices and ideas. We want our leaders and governments to make sure that every child can go to school, feel safe, be included, and have a bright future. Here's what we ask for. Fair and free education for all. Schools should be free for every child. No one should stay home because they can't pay fees. Governments should give support like bursaries and scholarships to children whose families cannot afford school. Children with disabilities should also be able to learn in schools that meet their needs, with teachers who understand sign language and other special ways of learning. Better schools, buildings, and facilities. We want schools that are safe and comfortable. That means more classrooms, desks, clean toilets, clean water, and safe places to play. Children in villages or far places should get help with transportation like bicycles or school buses. Books and school supplies as well as technology. We need books, pens, and other learning tools in all our schools. We want our schools to use helpful technology like computers and AI, especially for schools who cannot afford these at home. More and better teachers. We need more good teachers who understand every child's needs. Some of us learn in different ways, speak different languages, or need extra help. These teachers should be trained to support all kinds of learners. Stop unfair treatment and bad traditions. Some children are kept out of school because of early marriage or because they're girls or have disabilities. This is not right. We want everyone to be treated fairly and for harmful traditions to stop. Let all children go to school and learn equally. Help our families so that we can stay in school. When families don't have money, some children stop going to school. We want our parents and guardians to get support, jobs, or skills to earn more money. This will help us stay in school, end violence, and keep us safe. We want to feel safe at home and at school. No bullying, no hitting, no abuse. There should be people to help when things go wrong. Teachers and parents must learn how to treat children with love and respect. National government should ratify T3s and put laws into place against child and early marriages, and they should not be practiced. Let children share their ideas. We want to be part of the decisions that affect our lives. Give us chances to speak up, lead school groups, and help shape rules and plans. Children with disabilities should also be included in these activities. Their special needs should be taken care of by trained teachers. Schools should also have sports and games made for children with disabilities, so everyone can play and have fun. Technology that helps, not harms. We want access to safe and useful internet and digital tools to help us learn, but we also want to stay safe online. Children should be taught how to use AI and the internet in a good way, and adults should help protect us from harm. Protect children against pornography and negative media. Healthy minds and bodies. Children learn best when they are happy and healthy. We want schools to give meals, provide sanitary pads for girls, and offer support when we feel sad or stressed, as well as comprehensive sexuality education. There should be time to play and safe spaces to relax and be ourselves. Substance abuse should be prohibited, with stricter laws being put into place with regards to children. The government should penalize parents who give the go-ahead for their children to take drugs, and the children be put in foster care. Together, we can make a change. We are the future. We want to learn, grow, and help our countries. We ask our leaders to listen, take action, and work with us to make these dreams come true for every child everywhere in Africa. Thank you. I'd like to ask the Minister if you would kindly accept our outcome statement.
It is a great honor for me to accept this wonderful document, the outcome statement, which represents the voices of the continent of Africa. But after listening to it, it is also a world-class statement, an example to all the children of the world. Program director, where's the child president? I don't see him. Is he here? Okay. Chief Executive Officer of the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, Dr. Linda, Chairperson of the NMCF Board, Deputy Director General for Welfare Services, Masiza Magangu, Senior Managers from the Department of Social Development, and Nelson Mandela Children's Fund here present, cluster departments, and partners in the protection and rights of the child. Ladies and gentlemen, and the many children joining us here online. Molweni, good morning, Dupalang, Sani Bonani, bonjour, good day to all of you. Let me declare up front that I'm very excited to be part of this closing ceremony and also being part of this process that protects and encourages the right of children. I make this declaration this week as I spent some time with children yesterday at my ministerial house, and I explained to some of the ladies that are the champions of children at the lunch table about my experience with these 10 children that I had as my guests. I wanted to give each one of them 200 rand, but I wanted them to earn it. So I've got a basketball post and a net, and I asked them to throw the ball in the net, and I waved the 200 rand at them. Each one of them, on their first attempt, scored a goal. Then I went to enjoy the tea, and this one boy, 8 years old, he left the table, and I saw him scoring another 5 goals. So he obviously wasn't happy with 200 rand. So he came to the table and he told me, I scored 5 more goals, expecting me now to give him 1,000 rand. So I had to tell him it was only for the first goal. So I've learned my lesson next time to explain the rules of engagement. We are now at the end of the Africa Children's Summit, and one can say all went well from day one. I know we were showered with heavy rains, and this symbolizes blessings in our lifetime. The Africa Children's Summit that started on the 5th of April till today, the 7th of April, is one of the historic initiatives in our beautiful continent. I have been advised that almost 13 African countries managed to attend physically here in Joburg, South Africa. Online, we were joined by 1,000 children from more than 20 African countries. The summit has been conceptualized in a manner that was premised from being child-led. That is why we have the theme, Seen, Heard, and Engaged in Education. I must say, watching the media, on TV, print media, social media, Twitter, Instagram, the children were seen, heard, and engaged. Nothing about us without us is a slogan used to communicate the idea that no policy should be decided by any representative without the full and direct participation of members of the groups affected by that policy. In its modern form, this often involves national, ethnic, disability-based or other groups that are often marginalized from political, social, and economic opportunities. Article 12 of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child encourages that states like South Africa and like the 13 countries that were represented here and the others that participated shall assure to the child who is capable of forming his or her own views the right to express those views freely and in all matters affecting the child. The views of the child being given due weight in accordance with the age and maturity of the child. For this purpose, the child shall in particular be provided the opportunity to be heard in any judicial and administrative proceedings affecting the child, either directly or through a representative or an appropriate body, in a manner consistent with the procedural rules of national law. The voices of the children are key in shaping Africa's future. Indeed, Africa's children must claim their rights to a future that belongs to them. Children of today will be our future leaders. United Africa rise, divided Africa falls. And that's why we have to ask the children to assist us to create a United States of Africa. We have to ask the children to remove the borders in Africa so that communities can trade with one another. That communities in the different countries can cross the border without any red tape and trade with them as a start. The African Children's Charter provides for child participation, highlighting that the views of children matter and must be heard. That is Articles 4.2 and 7 of the African Children's Charter. I wonder if you ever thought, now, why did they include that in the Charter? They included that in the Charter because they know that adults just take too long. Children are the ones that can speed up things. So the leaders of Africa, they must hear your voices. Your voices must be heard in all the countries of Africa. Guided by the principle of nothing about us without us, children should be involved in decision-making affecting their interests in line with Agenda 2063, paragraph 47. 2063 is a long way to go. I hope that at the next summit in 2 years' time, you will be able to bring the agenda forward. We can't wait till 2063. We have to relook at that timetable. So Agenda 2063, which stresses the following: in pursuit of a people-centered continent, all the citizens of Africa will be actively involved in decision-making in all aspects. And remember, when I spoke to you last time, I spoke to you about freedom. And when everyone is involved in the decision-making, then we can say we're very close to freedom. The children expressing their views should be delegated to act as representatives based on the principle of representation and not merely be appointed. Because children's views are not monolithic. A diversity of childhood experiences comprising differences in gender, age, ability, the urban-rural divide, minorities as well as the voices of indigenous communities, and children heading households should be included. The representatives should also have a means of reporting and consulting others. And we've seen it happen at this summit, leading to some form of accountability. This summit has taken the lead, and I must congratulate you. Many countries have taken measures to engage and consult children and have made child participation more accountable. However, greater efforts are still required to ensure that children's views are meaningfully channeled and taken into account. So we said, let us bring 2063 forward. So by 2040, we want the following to emerge in the African continent. Child participation based on the principles of representation, inclusion, and accountability is cultivated at all levels. Children participate meaningfully in lawmaking and policy adoption in matters affecting their interests and are involved in the oversight of their implementation. So what does that mean? It means that over the last 2-3 days, you have developed policies, continental-wide policies. And you need to take those policies to your countries, like we want the children in South Africa to do in their country. You must also do the same. So the policy must develop into a bill and then into an act of parliament. And then children, summits like this must do oversight. You see, on your own, as an African country, you don't have power. But when you act together as an African continent and not as an African country, you will have power. Now, this is what our countries in Africa hasn't learned yet. I think the children have grown up faster than the adults. Because every country still wants to be a country. South Africa wants to be a country. Nigeria wants to be a country. Lesotho wants to be a country. Now we must be a continent. And you have taken the lead that we want to develop policies not for South Africa, not for Lesotho, but for the African continent. So we adults in the different parliaments must learn from you and follow your example. We must not develop policies for South Africa. You have shown us what to do. You have shown us by presenting me with this outcome statement that you've developed policies for the continent. And I think you deserve a round of applause. By 2040, dedicated processes for children participations are in place, such as a permanent and dedicated forum in the form of a child parliament, or ad hoc forum in the form of a child caucus, aimed at bringing forward the voices of children in these processes. Remember I told you that Julius Nyerere said you must have a strong secretariat. So please think about that. And that strong secretariat must be financially well-resourced so that it can carry out the work. At school level, child participation and leadership are cultivated by involving children in school management, for example, in advisory student-learner councils. By 2040, legal protection is in place affirming children's rights to assemble, organize, and access information and to express themselves freely. Children have the right to be consulted and heard in proceedings involving or affecting them. Children are involved in the monitoring and accountability process for this agenda and the African Union's Agenda 2063. Children are the most precious beings on earth, yet they are misused in the worst ways. They are sold, trafficking, exploited, and this is a global pandemic. We all have to protect our children, and government can't do this alone. Grassroots advocacy can lead to real change. Community action, international solidarity, like we've seen here at this summit, and the continued push for stronger child protection system can change the situation. Panel discussions from children were vibrant, and insightful, highlighting several challenges from children across the continent. We must ensure that gatherings of this magnitude must not be bittersweet experiences and a pattern of children's voices to be reduced to paperwork that will never translate into real change. Implementation and action are of paramount importance. So this must be a call for action and not formalities. The outcome statement, as adopted by all the children attending, will be canvassed in all the participating countries. In South Africa, we will use the G20 presidency to lobby the global leadership to subscribe and encourage their countries to heighten child participation. So the African continent is taking the lead in the world. No other continent is doing this. It is the African continent, the children of Africa, that is setting this example. Your chairman of the the chairman that just addressed us earlier on, she talked about artificial intelligence. And it is very exciting to hear that children are already talking about artificial intelligence. But where you will succeed, and this is some advice I'm giving to children, you need to create revenue streams out of artificial intelligence so that you can make a lot of money. It's no use talking about artificial intelligence. You have to apply your mind. How can I use artificial intelligence to make money? What revenue streams can we generate? When I was involved with the internet, I got an award in 2002 as a pioneer of the internet in South Africa and Africa. We created new next generation jobs. We created new revenue streams like online banking, online shopping, online media, nearly 22 revenue streams. So I heard your chairman speak about artificial intelligence at least in 2 speeches. So it means you must have been talking about it. But please go to the next level and talk about generating revenue streams out of artificial intelligence. May you all have safe travels to your respective destination. Let us in governments in the continent ensure that we start engaging on the policies and the resolutions of the summit. When the children meet again in 2 years' time, let them be able to report that there has been a difference in their situations in their own countries since the summit in South Africa. I thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister. At this particular point in time, we are coming to the end of the Africa Children's Summit 2025. I have been given the responsibility to just give a few remarks and close it off from our top chair, Tara Hendricks. She unfortunately just felt a bit dizzy and has gone outside, but she'll be feeling better. So on behalf of Tara Hendricks and just everybody else who managed to make this thing a success, thank you so very much. And let's just thank some of the people we don't get to appreciate sometimes at these big events that make it possible. Some of the different camera people that have been getting beautiful shots of us. Let's just clap for them because I've seen beautiful shots. And of course, we have our interpreters in the back there, as well as our sign language interpreter there, who have been working so very tirelessly. Thank you so very much. So on behalf of Tara Hendricks and the rest of the team, the Africa Children's Summit 2025 is officially closed.
How do you see the Children's Fund in the future? Do you see it continuing past your lifetime?
Can we all be seated just for a moment? I'm so sorry. I just forgot something. I'm so sorry. So sorry. So sorry. I'm not really used to. Hello. I'm so sorry. I'm not really used to the whole MC thing. I forgot something that is very, very important. When we started this particular event, we started with the national anthem of South Africa. And I think with the Deputy Minister here present, it is very important that we close off the ceremony with the national anthem of South Africa as well. So may we be all upstanding as the DJ just plays the anthem for us.
The most important weapon to serve our country, both internally and abroad, is something that is everlasting. And therefore, the Children's Fund will last far beyond any particular individual who is associated with it now.
Hi, my name is Linda Ncubenkomo, and I have the absolute honor and privilege of serving as the Chief Executive Officer of the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund. The fund started in 1995, and its vision has been to change the way society treats its children and youth. There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than in the way in which it treats its children and youth. And when we look across the country, we can see that we've lost our soul and we need to re-find it. President Mandela left us a challenge that as long as there are good men and women in this world, the work of the Children's Fund would continue to live. And today, I'm inviting you to be a part of that work. We don't need to wait for Mandela Day to make the difference in the life of a child. Every month can be a month where you give a bit, where you sacrifice a bit towards the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, so that we can start changing the way society is currently treating its children and youth. We recently did a report with Deloitte Africa that shows that poverty is the huge issue that we need to be fighting if we are going to change the lives of children in South Africa. And violence against children is the second issue that's causing death in the lives of children. So with your help, we can start to bring on more interventions in more societies to change the way that the lives of children are in South Africa. So please make a pledge, a monthly pledge of 67 Rand will make a difference in the lives of children. And these pledges could be done through a payroll initiative at your organization or signing up through our website for a debit order of 67 Rand per month. And $67 if you are in a different territory. It can be 670, but what we're asking for is that you be a part of the change that will make the lived experiences of children in South Africa different, because children deserve to be children, and they're our biggest asset. And if we start investing in them, we are investing in a better South Africa. Thank you for being part of the good men and women that continue the work of the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund.
Okay, we can all remain upstanding. I will just allow the chief delegates to exit
back to DSD
before
TV.
everybody else sees.
Today we come to
Oh,
you
and by the
live
way,
from
as
the
you guys were
Eastern
seeing
Cape
Kosi
Legislature,
Sikeletu,
where
I was
over
seeing Stand
100
and Sing of
children
Zambia. It's the
delegates
same thing.
are
It's the
deliberating
same
on
thing.
various policies and
Our national anthem,
legislations
your national anthem
concerning
is just the language,
children's
it's the same
rights
thing.
in South Africa. We have DSD Minister Lindy Wezulu, as well as the Eastern Cape MEC for Social Development, Muki Wefanta, listening in on the recommendations made by children for their own future.
So we're going to start with the nominations for the Speaker of the House. Does anyone want to nominate? Yes, Honorable Member. Before you say something, Honorable Member, you cannot nominate yourself and you cannot nominate the 18-year-old. I'd like to nominate
Okay, guys, so we can please be seated. The ACS is finally over. And right now we have the opportunity to make a bit of trouble since the ACS is over. So there's a particular boy who's been troubling me throughout, so he wants to make some trouble. So he'll come and explain his trouble. So come and explain your trouble.
Is there anyone who seconds the nomination? Recognized?
Those who are going to play soccer with me, let's go.
So he wants to play soccer. Is there anybody else who wants to play soccer? Okay, so we are going to arrange on how we're going to play outside soccer, but yeah.
Yes, honorable member.
And also, please, also child parliamentarians, you have a meeting later. It will be discussed with you. It will be.
Do you accept the nomination? Thank you. They come forward. Yes, honorable member. Is there anyone who seconds the nomination?
Hello, hello. So we have a DJ who's going to play for us, and there's a bit of a performance. So anybody who would want to see it, please, you're free to remain behind.
I'd like to nominate Nati. Is there anyone who seconds the nomination? Recognized.
Honorable Unati, do you accept the nomination?
I accept.
Thank you, Honorable Member. For the final nomination, is there anyone who wants to nominate? Recognized. I'd like to nominate Honorable does anyone second the nomination? Recognized. Honorable Kazimla. Do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I do, Speaker.
Thank you. May come forward. I won't be taking any further nominations. Here are the 5 candidates.
On a point of order, thank you for recognizing me. I just wanted to suggest that since the old ambassadors are not participating, if they can help with the IEC at the front in terms of vote counting, because we do not want any double voting or cheating in the system. This is a parliamentary process. So if we can get the old ambassadors to do.
Honorable members, if it's fine with you, the person who gets the second highest vote will become the Deputy Speaker.
Welcome back. We've just been watching the Deputy Minister of the Department of Social Development doing the closing remarks of this session. That has been jam-packed in a way because it's been 3 days of exhilarating discussions and exchanging of experiences. Been jam-packed with quite a lot of voices that have been coming through, because I think the running theme of this summit is that children have taken the lead to lead it, and also they've been leading, the shaping of the conversations in this summit. Now, to round it all up, we have the Deputy Director General of Welfare Services, Ms. Caesar Mahangwe. She's from the Department of Social Development here in South Africa. She will share the takeaways of the summit. This groundbreaking initiative was spearheaded by the Department of Social Development in conjunction with the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund. So, Caesar, good afternoon, and thank you very much for coming through. So, what has been your observations? It's been 3 days of talk, and also what has been so important that children have taken the lead, and everyone else who's not a child has been following behind them, which is, I mean, for me, it was quite a revelation. What has been your takeaway?
Okay, first thing, let me thank you for having me, and also thank the sector for supporting this initiative, and also thank the children of Africa for requesting us to allow them to lead and not only raise challenges, but also propose solutions. So I really want to thank them for that. Yeah, it has been a very active, engaging 3 days where we have learned a lot from our children. They actually made us to realize that we are no longer children anymore. The way they view the world and the way they see things is totally different from how we see things as policymakers. Therefore, it is very important that when we are coming up with policies and programs, we must engage them, and we must have meaningful engagement and participation. Not just, you know, a by the way thing, but it must really be engagement, because we're here for 3 days, and there is so much that you know, we have heard from them and we can learn. Some of the key things that they've raised are quite critical things, and is things that are affecting Africa and even the world at large. I would just raise or point few. One of the things that they've raised, they spoke about corporal punishment. That is, it is outlawed in many countries, including our country. Yet children are still subjected to corporal punishment. So therefore, you can see that having a law does not guarantee that children will be safe. We still need to do a lot more than just coming up with laws and policies. Secondly, they raised the issue of harmful cultural practices, which is affecting them, and they showed us how it affects them, that especially young girls and children and young girls, they are made brides, and that it means they must drop out of school, and therefore it's over with their future. And that is a practice that is still out there, including us in South Africa. There are 2 provinces that are practicing this, Eastern Cape and KZN. So the question is, what are we doing about it? Because we know the impact of it in the lives of a girl child. The third area that they've raised is the area of child trafficking. To say children are trafficked in Africa for labor. They are being exploited. They're working as slaves, and by that, their future is done. And all these things are done by adults. We are the ones that are perpetrating these issues. The fourth one, they spoke about barriers to education. That much as education is a right of every child, but there are barriers. That education is not as easily as accessible as we speak. They mention situations that make it impossible for them to access education. They were saying, for instance, you know, especially those in rural areas, when it's raining, they are unable to get to school because infrastructure is a problem. In some areas, scholar transport is not readily available, so children end up dropping out of school because of that. Young girls, we take it for granted. Some of them, when they are on their menstruational period, they don't go to school because they don't have those inspirational pacts, and at the end of the day they drop out. These are small things but very impactful, and it changes the life of a girl child. So very important that as policymakers, these are the things that we need to think through them and say, how are we going to deal with it? The last two that I want to mention is the issue of, they spoke about substance abuse, that it does affect them, and they want to be healthy. It was interesting to even see that, wow, they don't like it. Much as most of them, they are addicted, but that's not what they want. They want to be healthy, they want to be clean, they want a brighter future. However, they are confronted with substance abuse, which we as adults have not done enough to protect them. There are lots of things that we have not done to ensure that substance abuse is not as easily as available, so that they can say no. We can't say to them they must say no, while we have not put in place measures to ensure that they are able to say no.
Sure.
I can say no if I'm able to say no, but if I am not, then it's not going to be. Lastly, they spoke about adults must stop normalizing abuse. So it was interesting as well for me when I heard that point, to say we are normalizing abuse in a sense that they say when they speak out, when they come to you and say, this is what I'm experiencing, we are quick to say, shut up, don't speak about it, it's not happening. We pretend as if they are not going through these things. So therefore, in other words, we are normalizing the child abuse, be it sexual, be it whatever form of abuse. The bottom line, we have normalized it, and we get surprised when now it is out of hand.
I always say, Africa, there's this mistake of thinking that it's a homogeneous, continent. Everyone talks the same, they think the same. Although it's not a homogeneous place, but did you find that children, there's a commonality amongst their experiences in terms of what they see as being a threat to their welfare?
Yes, it is, because when we go back to the Kenya conference, they are the ones that identified these 4 thematic areas. All of them as a continent, they say all of us, we are affected by violence against children. All of us were affected by violence in schools, looking at bullying. All of us, we are affected by climate change. All of us were affected by child abuse. So those as well, the 5th one was hunger. Those are the 4 or 5 key thematic areas. And this year, the very same thematic areas continued. They were confirmed, because there's not much that countries have done to address them. So it was very interesting that the issues that Africa was talking about, children from African countries were talking about, is things that as South Africans we could relate to. As much as we're thinking that we are better, we are much more developed than some of those countries, but the things that they were raising as a challenge, all of us, even South Africa, can attest to it. For an example, the issue of corporal punishment, that yes, we have outlawed it, but it's still happening. And children here, they've confirmed of South Africa that we are beaten up in schools. So it doesn't matter that there's a legislation, but we still go through that. Child marriages, yes, it's not in all the provinces, but we still have children. Even if it's one child, it's still an issue that we are contending with. So we are one, honestly speaking, we are one. And for us, children has said to us, enough of your little plans. We want one Africa plan that will address our problems, because our problems are the same.
In terms of the composition of this child representation that is here, did you get a sense that you got the true reflection of how each and every child in that country feels? Because I know when we started, there was this criticism that even in South Africa, the kind of location for this summit is not necessarily what South Africa is all about. The real child, we've left that, the real child in the township, in the village. How do you respond to such a criticism?
First thing, I want to go back to the key principles that govern the summit, and we have to ensure that we live up to those principles. The first one, we said, child participation is non-negotiable. Hence, you saw us as adults backing off and allowing them to lead us. Number two, we said inclusivity is very important. We must be inclusive as much as we can, making sure that we've got children from different backgrounds. Because if we are just going to have children from affluent areas, then we will be leaving other children behind. And our motto in South Africa is no one must be left behind. So we had to make sure that we include all. Much as we said they must be online, we said in areas where the children they do not have means, the state, because remember the state is involved. The good thing about this partnership is not just led by a sector alone. The state is leading because the state has capacity to ensure that in areas where they do not have resources, we avail the resources. So we therefore said the state must provide places where children can gather and be able to engage virtually. And we had more than communications was confirming that we had about 1,000 children that logged in and they were able to participate. Secondly, we also had children from CYCC, Child Youth Care and Centers. Those are children that are orphans. Those are children that come from broken families. Those are children that are really, are having serious challenges in life. And so we made sure that in all the 9 provinces, they are here. And we also have rural provinces. All our provinces were here except about 2 provinces. However, they participated virtually. And so, if I may remind the viewers, the marimba band that received the minister is from Orange Farm. Can you believe it? Is from Orange Farm, and we are here at St. John. So we've tried our best to, and then even even some of the items. There was a young girl who was like Imbongi, or the poet who was doing it in Xhosa to remind us that we are in Africa. So for me, there was that consciousness from the team that hey, we are serving all the children of South Africa must be able to relate, because this thing is about them. So I really want to dispel that perception.
All right. Let's. I think this is my second last question, which is about the issue of summits. South Africa and Africa is very good in sitting around the table and throwing in ideas and policies. I've had young people for the past 2 days. They were sitting exactly on that chair. They are not talking about policies, Caesar. They are talking about this part where we are unable to, to put into motion those policies, because we are not short of policies. Because I was reading even at the outcomes of this summit, there's a stuff basically that is contained in a policy somewhere in Africa. How do we make sure that the 2023-2025 African Child Summit does not only end in talking, but it becomes practical? Because that's what they were talking about. They were sitting exactly on that chair.
Yeah, I think we are all concerned that we are very good in paper. We write good policies. Especially in South Africa, we are known for having good policies. But when it comes to enforcement, it's a challenge. And now we are saying, how are we going to safeguard these outcomes? We must make sure that really these outcomes are implemented. And not only in South Africa, all the countries that were represented here, they must be implemented. And I want to believe that those countries are going to implement the fact that they took it upon themselves to nominate, to have delegation that come all the way from Ghana, you name it, Nigeria, to be here and voice out their commitment to deal with this. We are going to take it serious. Maybe let me unpack it for us. What would be the journey that we're taking forward to ensure?
Because that was going to be my point. I mean, what's going to happen to this
from
blueprint?
Now. Yes.
This blueprint is here,
yeah.
And what's going to happen? Is it going to find its way to South Sudan's, policy books? Is it going to find its way into Kampala's or Uganda's policy books? What is going to happen to this blueprint? Because you have countries, exactly those kids that were sitting here. There was a child from South Sudan, there was a child from Uganda who says they come from a country that has no appetite to listen to children, for instance. So if these children come through the borders of Uganda tomorrow afternoon with this blueprint, is it likely to find its way to President Yoweri Museveni, who has no appetite to listen to children?
Okay, one thing that gave us courage to move forward and believe that things are going to turn around and change is the fact that AU is very much interested in this matter. We ensured that AU is involved, is supporting this process, because we knew those kind of challenges that you are raising, that there are some countries that are very conservative, and you would not tell them what to do and all of that. Even women, they have no saying, let alone a child. So therefore, for those countries, we know that this is going to be really something that is not possible. So we've engaged AU when we started this process. AU is one of our key stakeholders. So what they've done, that's why tomorrow there's a child leadership delegation that has been mandated to go and table the very same statement that was just handed over to DM to the EU meeting. The EU meeting is in Lesotho. So it's in their agenda. That's how serious it is. They are waiting for this statement. What they are going to do, they are going to hold accountable all the country members to say, member state, we have received this. You are part of this, whether you are in attendance or not, but this is about children. And so we are reporting on an annual basis. So the reporting will be specific. It's no longer going to be, South Africa, just give us a report. How are you doing with children? No, now they know what is it that they need. It's like indicators. So they will take this turn them into indicators and say, can you specifically report on 1, 2, 3, 4, as per the outcome statement of 2025. So my reporting to AU is not going to be the nice report that I want to write and impress them, but it's going to be on the basis of the indicators that they shall have drawn. Secondly, they will be doing periodical visits to countries, and countries will be targeted according to their performance, So there will be that strong monitoring of those countries. That is at an African level. Secondly, here at a national level, it's not going to end here. We have made commitment that we will take this to Cabinet. Cabinet needs to know, because when we started the summit, we went to Cabinet and requested permission. Why? We were sensitizing those ministers that you might not attend, but there are implications for infrastructure, there are implications for environment, there are implications for basic education, for higher education, arts and culture, and justice for that matter. So a whole lot of departments are implicated when you look at the outcome statements. So it won't be good for DSD just to keep this and want to implement it on our own. We can't win, because kids are not looking at us as social development. It's just that we are custodians of Children's Act. That is why we are leading. However, the outcomes are implicating quite a number of departments. So therefore, it will be good that we are planning to take it back to Cabinet. So it will be good that it is there, it's approved. The President say this is it. Now, departments, when you are reporting, report according to the 2025 outcomes, Africa Children Summit outcomes.
Caesar Mahangwe, I would say from my side, I've been sitting here on this chair since Saturday. It's Monday today in South Africa, and I've got to say that you've got to pat yourself on the back. I know it was a logistical nightmare to have to put something like this and having to accommodate all these children who have different needs. Thank you very much for your time.
I have a last thing to say. Our children On Moshi interview and ask our children are saying change starts with them.
All right.
Not with anyone. But
Okay.
they say for this is their struggle.
Yeah.
They are owning it. They are not going to wait for adults
All right.
to help them. They are going to change this world because they are the ones that are on the receiving end.
All right.
So that was powerful for me to say change starts with us. This is what they say.
Nice way to end this interview. Again, thank you very much for
Thank
your time.
you.
All right, that was Caesar Mahangwe, the Deputy Director General of Welfare Services at the Department of Social Development here in South Africa, as we conclude our discussion here to look at this powerful summit. And African children spoke out about their challenges here. You've seen them and heard them in challenges of education, gender equality, child marriages, and child trafficking, all of them driven by adults. They are saying it's time for adults to step up and ensure that every child's potential is nurtured and protected. This has been a transformative summit, and the call to action is clear, as seen from the Children's Outcome Statement. Together, we can make a change. We are the future. We want to learn, grow, and help our countries. We ask our leaders to listen, take action, and work with us to make these dreams come true for every child and everywhere in Africa. Well, that concludes our special broadcast here on DSD TV News, a platform of the Department of Social Development. My name was Mzukisi Solani. Thank you very much to the team. Behind these cameras, there's been people who have been running up and down and staring each other on the face because they wanted to make sure that we bring you blow by blow of all of these activities. For this time, thank you very much for being our audience. Goodbye.
Oh.